What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. It's another installation of the Siege Double Shot coming at you black NA style, baby, as we are bringing you the heat coming up for the next major. I am the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner, my co-host, this side, Mr. Whiskey Run. Say hello, Whiskey.
Welcome back, everyone. That's right. Bringing you the Blast Open qualifiers for NA, and thank you very much, Dianic and Stream, for the raid. We were watching those EUs, and she helped cover some of the NA yesterday. But we are down to just the last couple teams here in the NA bracket for this weekend. It's number one. Just taking a quick look at what the bracket or the process looks like here. For the NA Open Qual, slightly different here than EU. We got the North American Pro League going on right now, and then 3 open qualifiers here in NA, the first of which is taking place this weekend, number 2 next weekend, the third the following. And then the top 2 teams from each of those qualifiers moving on to the open qualifier playoffs, along with the bottom 2 teams out of that NAL. So what we're getting to see here today is who are going to be those top 2 teams making it into this open qualifier playoff. So taking a quick look at the bracket, who's left? Who's left, my friend?
It looks like a couple of names, a couple of people that we're familiar with here for the NA, OUTLAST being one of them, and then Sons of ARES has a couple familiar names on it as well. That we've definitely cast before. So this is definitely going to be a huge game of Siege. And it's a best of 3. It has potential to go the distance.
That's right, best of 3. So the match we're going to be covering, Sons of Ares versus Outlast, shown in the bracket as Diddy Done Did It. I think to be a little bit funny, and also they had registered a long time ago. So this is the current Outlast roster that we have seen as part of OCS, as part of some of the other teams, the XGS Spring Blast taking place. The Sons of Ares is moved on. They're sort of the ex-Wanted Goons roster, a few of them now form this new team, Sons of Ares. Down in the bottom match of the bracket is going to be covered on one of the other NAT3 T4 casting channels along with us. That's going to be Goose and Nomical casting that one down. That's the T2 Warriors is Packer. Certainly a name that that everyone recognizes along with his team. And Team Sesh, who we have casted in Element 2 and on this channel quite a few times as well. Those are the 4 teams that are left, deciding who is going to be those final 2 that'll move on. So this we're still a few minutes away from getting the map bans started. So I think what we'll do is probably take a quick break as we get the map band set up, finish getting the lobby set up. We should be all ready to go in just a few minutes to kick this one off. So appreciate the raid and everybody sticking around to see which of the 4 teams are going to make it to the which of the 2 teams are going to make it to the finals here.
Yep. That's right. So sit back, relax. When we come back, it's going to be the first map, my friends, and it is going to be an absolute banger. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We're back at it. Lobby almost full up, so we thought we'd take a quick look at what we're going to be looking at for this best of 3 this evening. And you know what? It didn't disappoint, my friends. None of the standards on the board. So, Whiskey, send us to it. Let's take a look at how we got to what we're going to be playing this afternoon.
That's right. We talked about the bracket earlier, walking through. So talking about the specific map bans for this match, Sons of Ares versus Outlast, and you called it, man. All of the standards pretty much off, which is, I think, really fantastic. Means we're gonna have a great game. Starting off on Bank, going to Cafe, and then finishing out on what is Whiskey Glitter's new favorite map, Night Haven.
Night freaking Haven. Man, I hope we get there. It's got all of the verticality of and soft breach of border with the expansion of some of the bigger maps like Bank. It's just new. It's fresh. It's fun. It can kind of go either way. Mostly considered, I believe, defensive sided, but depending on who's setting the pace of the round, who's setting the tone of the match, it can really just go either way. So starting us out on Bank, which I mean, who doesn't want Bank? It's huge. Ban's going to be very fun on this map. Look to see potentially the Hatch Queen taken off the board. Maybe the Brava taken off the board because as of late, we've been seeing that extension util being so huge and Brava being one of the best counters for it. What I'm hoping to see is it's a new season, Whiskey, which means we've got new changes here. So we're going to see those ACOGs, which I can't freaking wait for. It's already been a game changer in the nod towards traditional Siege, but it's the shield play. I want to see the new shield bash in play being a vital part of that round. The push into basement, man, with a Monty who can bash as well. That sounds dangerous.
It's true. We did not see a lot of shield play in the first couple games we had casted from this new season already. But in the last one, we saw the change up and started to see more of the shields coming out. And you're right. I could sort of forgotten that the bash was going to be part of that. But I mean, when you're talking about the play up on Clubhouse onto rafters, that shield bash is just super dangerous for the defenders. It's really sort of started to level the playing field from an attacking standpoint, but I think in general still, everybody's still feeling like it's very much a defender-sided meta. So I'm definitely want to see how that one's going to shake it out.
Yeah. Like we said, it can go either sort of way. And on Bank, there's a good opportunity for a lot of that shenanigans. So, Bank being the first map, we're probably going to see that top site being taken pretty quickly as the primary site. Almost normally see him go 2F. Hoping to see some of that roam clear. Will we see Deimos? That's the big question on everybody's mind, right? As you talk about a lot, he's the new operator that people are trying to get used to, trying to figure out how they're going to play or fall into their play style. But already, as an outside of sight, it tells you exactly, right? It says first floor pantry, right? That he's sitting in there. So the intel gained from that without really having to put yourself in danger, I think can be absolutely huge.
That's right. We were talking with one of the local pros about that just earlier this weekend. The fact that if you roll into a 2v2, a 3v2 coming up on the end, maybe you know where two of the defenders are. You're not sure where the third is, not sure where that last one is. If Deimos has got one of his drones in pocket, can toss that out, even if he's relatively far away from the action, I mean, you're pinging out exactly where that defender is almost immediately. Anybody else that's left on attack can take advantage of that, even if Deimos doesn't have to be the man that is involved in the fight, because for sure, the defenders know where he is as well. But if he's a little bit off-site, if he's out of the building, if he's in a safe space, you can just use that as pure intel. So for sure, I think as teams get used to that, we're going to see how he's changed that up. Or if he's just banned out, then it completely changes up the meta from an attacker perspective, right? We've seen Ying and Doka be banned like just a crazy amount in every tournament, like 50 to 70% between the both of them on every single game. So now one of them is going to be available if you choose to ban him out. So huge changes coming, and we haven't seen too many of the games being streamed from a competitive standpoint. So Love the fact that we're going to get to see at least 2 best of 3s in the semifinals, and potentially we're going to play out the final game as soon as this one is finished. So we'll see how that one goes, my friend.
That's right, because there is a bunch of Siege going on right now. We appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Nomical and Goose doing the other semi right now on their channel as well. So going to be some really good Siege coming your way. So it looks like we're having a bit of a lobby issue, so we're going to take just one more quick break before we get into it. Make sure that everything is on the up and up. So as I said before, I'll say again, sit back, relax, because when we come back, it's going to be the start of the first map. Heyo.
Let's go.
All right, folks, what's up and welcome back. Bank coming at you for map number 1, and this promises to be an absolute banger. Whiskey, are you ready? Are you ready for this best of 3 to hopefully send it all the way, the distance?
Indeed, I am. To get to this point, finally, to be a part of the NA Open qualifiers has definitely been fantastic. Really happy to be a part of that. And we talked about those bans a little bit in the setup. Ying coming out as the first one. Thought that was going to be the case. Here's the big question. Is it going to be Deimos, or is it going to be someone else?
Ooh. Oh, yep. Dang,
The
knew that was,
shield.
you know, I knew something like that was going to be happening. The Monty ban, huge. Monty getting that bash, that push forward that can knock you, especially when pushing in a 2v1 scenario, has just made him absolutely huge. So not surprised to see him banned out. However, what does that mean? That means that both Dokkaebi and Deimos are going to be on the board. So some huge intel for the side of the attackers that we don't normally get to see. Solus on the follow-up ban, on that intel deny, kind of following in line with the previous 2 bans. Do we see the Fenrir next?
Yeah. Oh, dang. Called it out, my friend. Nailed it.
He's just still so incredibly overpowered, right? Is to be able to dictate where and when you can push in from on the side of the defense just is so incredibly overpowered that, yeah, they just don't want to see him on the board. And now that Azami has her recent rework, being able to shoot those Kiba Bears, them being degradable now, kind of doesn't take it completely away, right? But it does lower her capabilities because it's easier to get through it now. Now, it takes more than one clip to get through a Kiba barrier. Sometimes you have to double up, and she still has many, many of them. So she's still going to be a really great operator to use, but maybe not so much as a bannable op.
Yeah, one of those ops that not going to see the pick rate drop, but not worth the ban. I think that's a good way of thinking about it. I'm not likely to see continue to be as much of an important ban, I think, but we'll see whether or not. I mean, still with 36 bullets, I think is the number on like an assault rifle. That's still an awful lot of ammo to spend and time to open up that sight line.
Yeah, absolutely. So on the side of the defense, we talked about it. We're headed up top, and we're going to see a couple of classic bans here classic picks here to start us off. It is going to be the Castle and Mira, right? Setting up those layers that we kind of talked about on that clubhouse, the dub house setup. I'm going to use that Mira to keep them off that breach wall, and then the Castle to do kind of essentially what also the Azami does, right? We're setting and dictating the pace of how the round is going to go. If you can get the speed, you're going to be the potentially, if you can dictate the speed and pace of the round, you're going to be the one finding it. And so both of those operators are great at slowing them down. On the side of the attackers, we're going to double up on the hard breaches. Both the Hatch Queen and Ace and his Selma charges on the board. Now, a couple of new changes also to the attachment. Has made some of these ops a little bit more viable.
Bomb located by
Look at that. A huge number of ACOG, the 2.5, the magnified scope now being run all over the place. Attackers and defenders alike, right? Seeing Castle bringing it out, getting those long magnified angles, trying to see whether or not Hibana was going to peek. Warden seeing whether or not we were going to have anybody peeking on the windows. The Hollow still being important, but man, the number of players that really jumped immediately back into that ACOG meta from what feels like some original Siege, it's just been a fan favorite.
Yeah, absolutely. So we hit a minute and a half left in this first round. No contest as both of these teams kind of trying to suss each other out. Here's Rai coming up Marlboro, and it's going to be Taco to find Bomb off the board, LeBroston to find Mendez, as we now find the body balance tip in favor of Outlast. Some more shots being done on the Scoob. Bra going to find some, Scuba to find one, and now we're even back up. Scoob goes down, shots into Trump, now takes us into a 3v2. A 2v1 actually is the only one alive here to take on this gunfight. Scoob is down, so he's going to have to find one pretty quickly here to even up these numbers with the last 60 seconds.
Well, and Cade recoverable. Scoob going to be still a part of this defensive hold as Ash tries to find her way in. Is Taco going to find one or two? Maybe get lucky here at the end. Fires into E3, loses it to Scoob. So there, the pickup obviously really important here for this defensive team. They made it work, and just a tiny sliver of her head passing through the window was all that he needed to gain the intel on exactly which side she was going to push from.
Yeah, I think I'm going to need to get glasses because I didn't even see that. I didn't even see that. That was what an incredible shot, and that's going to be the defense taking one. Yeah, W pickup, W revive to get the round clincher there for his team.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
We head down to the secondary site. Generally, you can kind of see it interchangeably between the 2F and this basement location. But still, some of those fun strats going to be utilized here as the Castle going to be back on board. Now, the question is, where are these barricades going to go? You've seen it used a couple of different times. Are we using it to set, to set some boundaries down in basement, or more likely, are we going to see them on the top floor fold with a little bit more investment into the roam game, specifically holding on to that open area and those hatches? Obviously.
5 seconds remaining.
We talked about the difference in the Mira setups as well, right? Do you hold in the red hall or do you hold back in the close to the B bomb, right? Gives you a little bit of a different angle, and seeing this the Sons of Ares team opt for the strategy back on the site rather than in red, right up close. They've got big enough holes in the wall to be able to get a C4 toss through, but still in a little bit of a dangerous position, and it's a little bit longer of a toss if you're playing back there than instead back from red.
So they do suss out the all the way up on the 2F hold here, so they've got a couple of players invested in holding on to this top floor site. Now it's going to be Ash and Buck moving in and trying to pitch down onto the coil, and they are going to be able to find him as Taco takes him off the board. That's going to give man advantage to Outlast here. as they're gaining that 2F control. Now, is it a good pick, right? I mean, or is it a good amount of distraction? I don't think so. 60 seconds only wasted off the clock to gain that 2F 2F real estate for fairly free here. Now, it's going to be the push onto the castle to see if they're going to capitalize on this first kill.
Yeah, for sure they had sussed out Castle there, knew exactly where he was. He's going to take the drop back down to site. That is seeing this point that the entire defense has now rotated their way back down, seeing the attackers work on gaining control and opening up the lines of sight that they want, but just also making sure everybody's out of the way. So going to work on clearing blue into the server area, and there picking up that Scoob, playing back by the server racks. Right, going to push the drone and push up. A lot of laser sights as well being run, like you called out the attachments. We were talking scopes originally, but a lot of changes to the way that lasers and all of the grips alter the meta in terms of which scopes and utility attachments we're seeing from the players.
Yeah, give some. Ooh, what a shot! Scoob gonna push all the way up to the top. Find them. Castle gonna get, Buck gonna get taken down. Oh no. Twitch! Oh my lord! It was the C4. Okay.
Yeah, the C4 claimed Twitch as she tried to make a run out, but look at that, double magnets coming in. So where the bees are still gonna get launched, but not exactly where Austin is looking to get them out at.
So just like that, it's going to find ourselves in a 4v2, a 3v2 as Brock goes down as well. As they push down that marble, just getting active. LeBroston looking to put everything onto his shoulders with a bit of individual heroics. Takes a couple of pre-fires through, does get some pings on his bees. Start pushing towards that direction as the shots ring out. It's a 3v1 all on his shoulders. We've seen it before, but with 9 seconds left and all to do, doesn't seem like this is potentially going to work out in his favor. Bomb going to clean it up.
No, you had Bomb and Amira playing there, both hiding in the back of the vault, just waiting and ready. Whether or not he was going to push, whether or not he was going to plant, they had that area well covered. So we see the Sons of Ares go up 2-0 to start. Outlast still struggling a bit to try and find their traction here on attacking. But like we called it out, it's a tough attacking meta right now, and as we're seeing the teams change up how and when the operators are being played, I think there's still a lot of information gathering that needs to happen on the side of the competitive teams on what's the way that they want to approach the new attacking meta. But so far we have not seen Deimos out yet, but the other big one, Rai right now, showing the Dokkaebi. Who typically banned out, so getting a chance to see her as an alternative with Monty off the board.
Yeah, a potential to see why she's banned out here, right? She's huge. She's got that devastation and long distance of the DMR. Couple it with the intel gained after the kill or the suss out of the roam game. I mean, she's absolutely huge on the attack side. So we are going to see her being brought out here. New face on the board on the side of the defense. We're also going to see the dock. So they've been kind of chipping away at each other. Little bits of damage will allow them to potentially have some longevity to their whole game here. Going to be a directed focus towards that 2F control because you got to have that verticality here for open. The first real test for the defense this turn.
Yeah, that's right. See, looking those vertical sight lines, taking shots on 2F, trying to find, is there anybody over there, anybody open? Austin going upside down rappel as well, looking for who is playing, and is Gra playing close on the window, seeing if he can catch anybody, taking a little bit of a peek, running that magnified. Going to take a little bit of damage, so as he tries to find who is shooting and where, and he goes for the run out, but does not make it, does not make an impact with that. That's unfortunate to lose. Scoob going to even it up pretty quick though.
Yeah, no kidding. Taking the buck right off the board puts us into a 4-4. So the first minute is going to be gone. Yeah, it was stuck between a rock and a hard place, and unfortunately, what am I going to find out? Bad end of that business. So we do sit 4-4 as Mendez down here in this archives, holding on to that top square area. They've got the intel that somebody's sitting on rappel, and it's actually double. So they're going to start to swing in and take some of this 2F control. And look at this, and start to open up the site down at the bottom square.
That's right. Still seeing players outside, but got Taco inside, opening up some of these vertical sight lines, trying to look down as we still have got Zonky and Rai making the push in through ATMs, finding this open door at the front, taking a couple shots potentially here. Who's hiding in the front half of this zone? They've got the castle on the barricade on the door by beepers, trying to find an alternative way in.
Phone call.
Activating.
Looking to see, oh, take a shot. He is stuck, and he's going to get Zonky. No, not going to work. Zofia going to take down that kill. So, who is left still? At a tight angle being held by Bomb. Again, that, boy, this magnified scope coming in play here. But Austin going to take out Scoob, clear up a little bit, and it's all down to Bomb. Castle here holding close on the site. He's going to get concussed from Zofia as Taco pushes in. Going to lose his life, though. Can he hold on in this 2v1? Nope. Austin going to even it up there. A little bit of payback from the previous round as we see this Outlast team take their first attacking round here on round 3. We head into round 4. A little bit more balance, but that's the tertiary bomb site. That's potentially the more difficult one for the defense to hold. So we're going to see them go back upstairs to 2F. And I think Whiskey Glitter was having a quick little tech issue. A little restart. We'll be back joining us shortly, though. See this defense set themselves up upstairs again. 2F. Mendez back on the Mira, opening up some of those sight lines, and Grab and playing very well on the Wamayas. That those projectile deny coming in pretty strong. Temp bringing out the Warden as well, and Scoop back on the Kaid, right? Play the ops you're familiar with. Bomb back on Castle, and I know if Whiskey Glitter is here, he'd say he loves seeing the Castle. And still waiting to see how the statistics come out here at the end of Year 8, Season 4 with regards to Castle's win rate, because he was having sort of an outsized influence from a competitive perspective. Curious to see what the stats are really showing his contribution and win rate delta is. Love talking about that on the new seasons.
Sorry about that. Bit of a technical difficulty here as we are having a bit of a stormy season here on Whiskey Glitter's end. But I'm back from outer space.
Welcome back, my friend.
Okay, so it looks like Outlast did end up finishing that round for the attack team, taking us into a bit of the standard, right? The primary and the secondary going towards the side of the defenders, Tersh to the attack. Looks like we're setting ourselves up for a nice little 4-2 split. Now, let's see, is Outlast able to adapt to what SOA has brought during their first round of gameplay here? They did a bit of an adaptation as they did bring the Warden on board for any of those flashes and smokes that come out. 6 flashes, 2 smokes to be quite clear.
It's definitely a good distraction that we saw the Outlast team take to be able to take down that deployable that Grau was playing behind in the hallway, trying to hold on to stock as well. But we're gonna see Doug bring out this. Yep, there it is, bringing out those drones. Gonna try and take a shot. Not gonna work though, as Grau was ready for it.
Yep, and that's gonna be Zonky taking off the board as the main advantage. He's gonna sit over on the side of the defense. He's going to take a second look at it. Got a little bit of backup as Castle and Mir playing on the same, but Warden going to get taken off the board as Hobson's going to find that kill. Now takes us into a 4v4 as the shots continue to rain through. Holding on to that Janitor. Bit of a cheeky angle through the server rack. Starting to bunker back up here. Ooh! Almost losing his life, now put into a 5 HP in a dream scenario. Shots start to ring onto Castle as well, so a couple of low health scenarios, but it is a 4v3 as Scoop's going to take Taco off the board. Now giving that man advantage heavily over in favor of Suns, and that's going to be Ace down to a low HP, and he's eventually going to lose his life. Mendes going to take the trade, and right to find one on the bomb. Now puts us into a 2v1. 40 seconds left, and it is now the Flores with all to do here. Gonna find one on the wall bang, though. now takes us into a 1v1, a standard showdown. It's going to be get inside. It doesn't have the diffuser.
Yeah, but they know they've got Scoop pinged out. You know that he's playing in E3. Gonna go for the plant and see whether or not he can hear it going down. My guess would be, and he's gonna try and rush in, but that plant goes down. Now 1v1, Doug v Scoob in the top floor, and Scoob hits it.
Yowza! Okay, well, what a shot. It's going to be the defense to claim that again. Scoob, 7-1.
Defenders have disabled the bomb diffuser. Defenders
Said, and the attack team said, and I would have got away with it too if it hadn't been for Scoob.
Boy, and it was close. It came down to it. That 1v1 showdown, like you called it, the long distance shot happening all the way across the entire bomb site there. Scoob just pushing out of that E3 location and makes it work. So the defense going up 3-1 again. A little bit tough on the attack, but that was very close from the Outlast side. Plant going down. Looked like it was going to happen.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Okay, so now it takes us into 3-1, a little bit closer to seeing that half. And take it back down to basement where they, of course, were successful on that last push. Much the same here. See that lesion still be prevalent. Now, that's one of the things that we've seen, I mean, happen in just an absolute ton. A lot of the lesion, right? Used to be considered a bit of the cheese pick, a little bit of the sound cue, but not really worth it. But since it's rework, since the pocket shotty, able to keep his grenade, since the impact damage after the first lesion move, and the stackability, he has just become an insane player who's brought out incredible amounts of time against some of those more aggressive attack teams. Speaking of aggressive, we are going to see the OSA on the board as well, so potentially to see a bit of that server push and hold. I love seeing him come in through the back wall and try to hold on. I love seeing the impacts in response. This could be a pretty back and forth round here for the basement.
That's right, seeing Taco and Austin going for some of this upper clear. They're going to make sure still that even though you know that Sons of Ares are taking that basement bomb site, that they've got nobody lurking upstairs. So they're not bringing along the Dokubi for the roam clear. Going to rely on the drones to make it work here. Not a bad call.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. Gonna do it off the back of the intel, and they got that 2F control quite a bit quicker this time, as there wasn't as much invested into the 2F holding of it, and probably more going to be towards that first floor, which did fall a little bit quicker on the last time that they played it. Still had the same desired effect. And double up on the operators being invested here. Just does get droned out, so then of course now know they're dealing with that castle and that open setup yet again. Got a couple of ops to bring to help facilitate this process. The big one being the Hatch Queen, able to take care of those castles relatively easy. Ooh! Oh, some shots in. They've got the intel. Oh, looking for the toes. He's going to find some. Castle's going to go down as Rai, not in the way that I thought that they were going to do it, but still the impact player that we had called out to be, and that's going to be the body count tipped in favor of the attack team here. And now it's going to be Goyo on a low health, but he finds a shot as he falls down through the hatch, taking us into a 4-4. And now that looks a little bit different here, as there's still 70 seconds left on the board, and we're tied up 4-4. It's going to be a hold on to your hats, folks, because this trade is going to be insane. Got to deal with these mirrors, though, and they've got the long distance and the Goyo to boot. They start setting these off, and it's not going to be
There is 4 of those Goyo traps in play, so now the question is, Zonky and the Twitch, what utilities are you going to go for? Open up the mirror windows or try and clear out some of those Goyos? But, loses 1 to a shot from elevator, so that was definitely unfortunate. He's only got a couple of these shots, and they're running out of time. There's only 30 seconds left, which is the important one. Going for the Goyos.
Yep, a couple of sniper shots. Twitch is going to find them, but those things last forever. That's going to make this push come in down to the last couple of seconds, and there's still 2 C4s on the board to boot, so Osa shield be damned if those things come out from the distance. Now, she does get herself set up inside of sight, does have the diffuser, 9 seconds left, flashes start coming out onto the, and there's the smokes. It's going to be the C4, potentially to ring out, gets a stop, what in the world? And it is falling apart for the defense, but that C4 is going to claim not just Austin, but the homie as well, and the defense is going to be able to claim that one up. Got a bit dicey there, Whiskey. Got a bit dicey.
Boy, everything happening all at once there for the last couple seconds in that round. You had the OSA shield go up, the plant starting to go down. 1C4 missed with Mira. I don't know, it looked like she was trying to save it potentially by jumping up on the desk and taking a couple shots by sticking her head above the smoke, but that opened her up to those, just taking a few straight bullets to the head. So definitely unfortunate, but at least it looked unfortunate for those last 15 seconds until somehow they managed to pull it out with the C4 from Kaid coming in clutch at the end. That was Scoob. Great toss there at the end.
No kidding. So that takes the defense up 4-1 as we hit the last round of the first half of the first map. How are we going to switch it up? Well, we know that Outlast has been bringing a ton of drone work here, sussing out where the heck these defenders are. How do you stop that? Well, since the Solus is not on the board, we're going to opt for mute instead, and do a little bit of breach to NAL as well, try to slow down some of that push that the Ace was bringing last time. Now, here's the fun bit. We talked about it in the beginning of the map, before the map got started. Bank is huge. Right, so when you're bringing out some of those pocket strats, one of the things that we said that could happen was the Brava ban, because in the late round, you like to bring out that cap can. It's not something you've been looking for, especially on as an aggressive defense. Bringing out in the last round of the half is going to potentially find a kill, a bit of a mistake on the attack team, but they brought some of those cap cans. Nothing we love more than a reverse cap can here.
For sure. Although, whether or not sometimes it can be difficult for the Bravo to be able to steal them. So Capcan, great pick here, coming out on the very last defensive round. Oh, boy, Legion just not looking, didn't catch in exactly the right spot. Zonky not ready to take the shot, not give away the position yet. A lot of util left in his pocket still. He doesn't want to give up yet at this point.
Yeah, when he rotates back down towards that teller's area as Capcan gets taken off the board, might takes a bit of damage as well, and it's going to be Buck starting to open up that top floor, and that's a huge pick. They got Austin off the board. It's the run out, and he's going to miss it. Now he's left outside.
Running back as fast as he can. Rai. He was running away from Austin, but or from Doug, but not able to claim it. Rai taking that one down.
Yeah, and so now we find ourselves into a 4v3. Taco upstairs still trying to gain that verticality and that 2F real estate. So looking up through a cheeky area. Oh my lord, and almost finds one. The back of an off angle here. Not going to be the case, however, as still find ourselves.
No way, he goes.
Oh my lord.
Another drone hole kill?
That's rough.
Attackers recover the diffuser.
That's rough. That's not being aware of your surroundings, unfortunately, and that takes us into a 4v2 as the turf site starts to fall apart here for the defense. All now resting on the shoulders of Castle and Legion with all to do here.
Temp is in a really dangerous position here, right? Holding this top angled, seeing whether or not the attackers are going to try and push stock at all, but there's just a lot of places that he could get taken down, and that is bomb going down. And now he is really in a tough spot with 4 attackers still left, and there comes the Brava drone in at the last second, but not going to be able to steal the important utility. Rai coming out with that big DMR, going to finish him off.
Boy, what a round. Okay, so 4-2 takes us into a bit of the standard split here on Bank, not wholly unexpected, and now we get to see as Outlast has hit their quota, what Outlast is going to be able to do on the defensive side of it. Is Suns going to be able to bring that same aggression, bring that same forward movement pushing mentality that they brought to their defense? We're going to find out. Instead of heading up to the 2F, we're going to go down to the basement for the Outlast's defensive half, primary site. We're going to see a little bit of intel It's going to be a bit more on the intel side. Now, it makes sense as well, right? We saw a ton of drone usage on the attack side. A couple of operators dedicated to sussing out exactly where these players are. It makes sense that we're going to see the Valkyrie on the board. But it's kind of a switch up in how you're going to do that denial. For Outlast, we're looking at the area denial as Austin brings out the smoke. Of course, great for that late round. And Echo to potentially stop that plant.
Interesting, we saw the Mira setup there from Zonky. I guess bridging the gap between the two strategies we see. Usually the mirror window's on the same wall, either red or sight, but this time opting for the alternative, going 1-1. So we'll see whether or not that is going to be the play that nets them a win here on defense and continue this, hopefully bring it back a little bit closer, try and push a 4-2 half and send us to OT. This is a best of 3. If you're just joining us, we're in the Blast R6 open quals here. Who's going to get to play in the last chance qualifier for the Manchester Major? But in this best of 3, we're seeing Bank, Cafe, and Night Haven, so just that first map so far.
Ooh. What a shot. Graw on ping, sussed out, still able to find the kill onto the Legion. That takes the body balance tipped in favor of the attackers here, as they, in a big way, as now they take the Echo off the board as well, and they are pushing up to try to take this engagement. And Valkyrie going to run back to site, bit with her tail between her legs, as she is worse for wear on that gunfight. Now into a 5 HP in a dream scenario with the body deficit.
Yeah, that was definitely unfortunate again to lose the Legion or the Echo and the Legion as well. But to lose the Echo, you don't have any opportunity for those late round plant denials at this point. You still have Austin, still got the smoke, so at least you still have that. But you're not gonna have the mechanical. Taco gonna take down Temp though. What a shot!
What a ball bang! Now it gets a little bit closer to evening up this man count. Now as the clock starts to tick down, it starts to become a little bit more in favor of the defense. Find one more to potentially equalize here. It was crazy is that they're still having, you know, people playing up top, still dedicating and investing some resources into holding this 2F control, really trying to stall out just as long as possible. It's not a bad play.
Gonna see the drop happen. No, Mendez continuing to drone. This Sons of Ares team spending a lot of time on drones, like you talked about at both of the teams, playing competitive, obviously. And here the flash is coming out. That's right, Austin not flash, able to take down Mendez as he makes the drop. That's what we were looking for. So wow, they have absolutely turned this one around down to a 1v3. I thought it was looking a little bit tough for this. Jeez, we cast a curse them right off the board. I was about to say, looking a little bit tough for the defense, but they had come back dramatically until now it's all the way down to a 1v1 in the last 20 seconds.
Yeah, off the backs of some individual heroics, it's now Austin versus Scoob in the 1v1 showdown of Titans. And who is going to make the swing first? This is the SMG-11. 8 seconds left. Plant has to go down. It's 10-2 Scoob against 7-5 Austin, and he is running. They're going to get this plant down, so it's a post-plant behind the mirror scenario. The shots! Austin going to claim his life, and that is going to be one in favor of the defense. Woo. Couple of times we come down to these 1v1 showdowns, and it was in the exact same, just about in the exact same location.
Well, the fact that we had Scoob won that fight upstairs when they were on defense, taking the long shot with the plant down, and the fact that we saw the exact reverse, a little bit of siege poetry coming out there on the first plant going down. So the defense takes their first. We head into round 8, 4-3, and both teams playing really well and giving us a fun game so far.
Absolute bit of the back and forth, war of attrition to start us off. We only got this best of 3 today, so let's take it to OT on every single one of them. Let's get every single match of Siege that we can possibly get in. And now it's going to be open for the next set of sites, not the 2F location. How do they do that? Can't get up onto that cabinet ever.
Interesting. Yeah, now that's typically the location you'd see the Maestro cam coming out for sure. His pick rate gone up an awful lot since the since the change up to having 3 cams. But even in the SMG, the LMG meta, we were thinking we might see an increase in LMG picks here for year 9 season 1, but so far haven't really seen it.
Synchronized barricade placements there inside a janitor, as they are, of course, extending up to that 2F location to bring out the mute this time instead of the smoke. So as that drone economy on the side is so important. 5 on the last round, bring out something to try to slow that down and stop it a bit. Plus, Bravo on the board. Not a bad play here for the attack team, although it's going to be mostly looking at taking that those defaults and that potential DP. Although some fun character interactions between a stolen mute jammer, right? If you're standing on top of a mute jammer that you stole, you can't be C4'd, so that's fun for the plant. Okay.
Nice toss.
What a shot. Does the drone also get the throw mechanic helper? Because that could be huge for me.
The drone, I forget what they called the throw mechanic. They talked about it. The drone is coming later. It's I believe it's either in season 2 or season 3 of year 9. The drone throw mechanic is coming out.
Right, taking a bit of damage, using WASD his way to some safety. He moves down to take this engagement on, and he's going to lose his life as Scoob going to continue to be an absolute dominant force. Now he does hit one of those Legion Goos, but his location just a bit more. And through the E-box. He's going to start to take a look in on a direct push here. Still got to deal with this Frost holding that verticality up with Austin as well. So a double combo move up here in the top. They're going to find a zombie insight, so it might be a bit more of a, well, I was going to say a little bit more of a site direct, but now that they've got the body count, they're going to head upstairs and try to suss out some of those 2F players as well. This is going to be Bravo to fall, taking us into a 4v3 with 62 seconds left in this round. Definitely enough time. I was going to say definitely enough time for the defense to bring it back around, but the attack team does take Zonky off the board, and that is going to be a huge one. But it gets equalized as we find ourselves into a 3v2 with the attack team still on the rise, on the terror, trying to find any sort of foothold to get into this site. And it's, man, it is just so close. Scoop going to find another one, and with somebody down, this is going to put us into a 3v1. It's Wamai with all to do here in the last 30 seconds. Gotta hold him out. Does have the intel of the downed teammate. Let him know where it's pushing, but he does get droned out, so it's going to be the coordinated push here at the very end of it. A little bit of a sixth sense, knows that it's coming from that window area. The flash is swinging in. Wamai discs doing their job, and he is going to get full white. Push starting to come in. It's the plant going down now as Ace takes it to 50 to 75. I think he's going to stick this here in the last 9 seconds. Bomb to clean it up.
Bomb taking away the points from planting. He claims Wamai at the last second, looking through that hole, and jumps into a frost mat at the last second. So he did those in the right order.
Yes, he did. He understood the assignment. And that takes us to 5-3, 1 away for our match point scenario here for Suns. Outlast needing to come up on the defense now. That's 1 in the favor. They've done their due diligence. 2 to really tie it up and make it, or not tie it up. 2 to, whatever. We're headed back to open.
The interesting thing here being that they're back in open, but haven't played the 2F site, right? We played basement and then open. They lost open, and rather than go to the 2F site, they're going to play the first floor site again. So we know that Bank was sort of behind the shift to the first floor sites, with Clubhouse and Chalet really being at the forefront of that 1F meta change. But Bank had definitely been on the back end of it, and it's interesting to see that when we're here. I mean, this is it's not exactly do or die yet, but really going up 1 map is going to be an important part of who wins this best of 3. So it's interesting to see Outlast take that as the option. I was definitely thinking after losing first floor, they were going to head back down to that or head upstairs to the 2F site.
Yep. You heard Naj talk about it, one of our local analysts, talking about how there's certain sites on every map that you kind of see that becomes super unplayable. And 2F maybe for Outlast might be that site, right? There's so many areas and avenues to get in the site that they prefer to, if they're going to hold 2F, maybe, you know, hold it anyways in the open area. So that play.
Gonna see the same battle happening between Taco and Bomb out, holding the staff area with Bomb playing on Repel on the window, but looks like he's gonna take his way up. Nope, staying on Repel. Oh, trying to open up a few of these sight lines. This is an interesting spot. Normally, you see maybe the dedicated push for stock, or the double into square, top square, but he was sort of playing all three of those locations, staying on Repel.
Waiting for that, waiting for the IGL to say, okay, here's where it's weakest, here's the break point, here's the area that we can try to exploit. And now he is going to drop down and start to take a look at that stock. But there's the problem, right, is he's still got somebody waiting. So they're going to start to open up that quad wall towards the end, and Rob going to take that first. Taco going to find the kill, and in that exchange, they do get partial wall open. With the vault here, Azami, those Kiba barriers are just set up everywhere. So really in a good defensible position to really try to hold this area for as long as possible.
Look at that. She has got herself bunkered in place in staff, holding an angle on the electrical, holding an angle on top blue. There you see it. The DMR being used to open up the Kibas that previously was not possible with them being bulletproof. So now seeing the DMR used in exactly the way we thought it might. Little fewer bullets there to try and open it up, and Mendez clearing some sight lines for his team.
It's going to be huge, right? Now Mendez pushing towards that stock area. Still have to suss out the top floor play here, but it's going to be Buck. They've got a zombie pinged out. If he's quiet enough, he's going to find this kill, and he does get it, and that's closer to equalizing the body count. But it's 25 seconds left to do it here. They got to push inside to get their plant down, and they've still got that 2F control, or 2F that they have to deal with. So push up from Marble, and it's going to be fine. With City, but he is going to get 7 seconds left now, down into a 1v3. It's all on Mendez' shoulders. He's going to just go for the plant. Bold as brass, finds Wamai, gets back down into the plant. Potential to stick it here, but unfortunately not going to be the case. They're rushing. He heard them coming, and he was like, no, you know what? I want to live.
keeping that KD alive, but no, that was a tough position for sure for him to be in, right? Not a long distance plant between him and the defenders, so it was the option of just stick it and get killed, or maybe they line up, right? Maybe they're approaching from the same position and you're able to get one of those insanely lucky shots. We've seen it happen before.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the stacked up collats, love them. And so, as the round rotate on the back end of the half is done, OUTLAST find them one away from tying up the scoreline. We're gonna take it back down to Church Arsenal, where they're just gonna, they're gonna avoid 2F like play. They just don't want to play it. Either that, or they're saving some sort of some sort of wonderful pocket strat. Potentially gain the lead here.
10 seconds left.
Yeah, that is interesting. Holding on. I mean, we're getting close, right? They can win here in the basement, then take it up when it's tied up 5-5 to go on to match point, and then hopefully play their favorite site again, right? That might be exactly what they're trying to pull off. It's I don't know, it feels risky so far, but they're the pros. We'll let them tell us whether or not this is going to work, and we're going to find out in the next 2 minutes and 44 seconds at least.
Man, I don't know if it's a risk. It seems calculated to me. They're almost here to tie it up in the scoreline. Play what you know, and the comfortability. Boy, can I talk today? Maybe. We're going to give it our best. So it is going to be Twitch going to be taking the scenic route to try to go deal with those Mira barricades, and potentially that yokai. To get one of those off the board early could be really huge. Look at that. What a shot. They are going to take the Mira down and get a BP. A huge use of the Twitch drone in through the garage to take them down some of that util. This Rai up top. Rai to find one. A huge headshot, and that's going to take the intel off the board for the other side. Now, of course, we do have the drone capabilities of the Twitch. We still do have the Infinity drone of the Ayana, but taking down the Dokubi, who's proved so instrumental in some of these rounds, that was a huge pick.
Yeah, it sure was. Interesting that Twitch running the DMR with the Hollow.
Well, maybe it's a hollow sympathizer like me, you know? I don't use the ACOGs. I'm a hollow man through and through. I approve. So body balance is tipped in favor of Outlast, which in this potential tie-up round could prove to be pretty huge, especially as the clock is ticking down. Minute and 14 left on the board for this attack to try to string something together. So it's a bit of a redirect, a bit of a reset here for the mental as they do suss out where the heck these guys are at, and they start to get this combined push. They've got the first floor control. With that, Taco going to find one onto Scoob, and that was the win condition, right? Take Scoob off the board, win round. So now we find ourselves in 5v3 with 45 left, and it is going to be Mendez, and that aforementioned DMR to find one onto the Legion. Takes us now down into a 4v3. 4 seconds left on the board. Mendez, a couple of shots through, trying to find another one. Holding on to the long distance here, and Taco does go down, equalizing the body count here as Buck gonna find one. Now takes us into a 3v3. A bunch of damage done onto Bomb though, so he's living in that quarter HP in a dream scenario, and it's the drop, and that's gonna be now down into a 1v3, and now it's all on the shoulders of Buck as he's got to find something in the next 17 seconds. Does find the down onto Austin going into the elevator in a chance to potentially pick up this diffuser. 10 seconds left, has to make a push, and it's on both sides of it. Yeah, that was going to be a tough push in, and Rai going to find that. Didn't even have to use the yokai.
Well, and I suppose it's the way the timing worked out there, that the flash is coming in, even if they didn't hit on one of those gunshots from both of them, obviously firing on the open door as soon as the flashes came out, but not enough time, even if they missed, for the attackers to take advantage of it. So yeah, called it out. 5-5, tied it up. Now we go upstairs to 2F for the first time. Gonna see the Outlast defense here in the 2F floor bank. See what they brought out that they wanted to wait until the end of their defensive half.
Yeah, are they? That's the question. We are going to see the Capcan come out. I like seeing him utilized, and if he can be kind of hidden towards the end of the round, they potentially won't get that Bravo on for it to try to counter it, or the IQ to suss out where the heck they are, and he puts himself all the way down. So relying on potential push from that verticality from below and try to take advantage of somebody not looking, and they're going to stick with no Bravo on the board. Capcan, sure he was sussed out, but yeah, going to have to be looking at every door, every window, which is really going to slow down this potential attacking team. Fresh face on the board, however, is Nook. Scoob getting onto the Nook in through jewelry. So really going to be trying to suss out who is below and take out some of that first floor play. Now, if they didn't suss out the Capcan, then this could be devastating. Taco to find the first on the bomb. He relieves Bomb of his headpiece. There's some of that verticality right away.
Doug was playing downstairs. I think, yes, had an angle there on the Nook, but chooses not to engage. The grenade coming out, not going to win one, but there it is. Taken 50. Yeah, it was Capcan. It's exactly what I think Capcan was hoping for. Let her push up into the room, take the damage. Doesn't go down, but oh boy, that was dangerous. Walk through that door without checking as well.
Gonna check that next one, however, as you don't want to fall to the Capcan for sure. That's body balance equalized here. As man, Zonky to find one and absolutely police ace off the board. Now takes us into that 4v3 scenario. Minute and 30 left on the board. It's gonna be holding long angle. And Mira, he's got the Mira inside of Janitor, holding on to some of that. It's like it's a shallow extension there, really making sure that attackers have recovered their position, especially this Oso.
Yep. Playing off the mirrors though, Rai continuing to hold, and look at that, taking the DMR, but he's gonna win that battle against Mendez, and it puts a very difficult game here against Gra, the last one left alive, playing behind the Osa shield, but for sure this entire defensive team knows there goes the C4 to take out that shield, so now fully exposed. And she's still got a shield left, but not enough time really to play off of it at this point, I think.
3 seconds left. Got to find one to get a little bit closer to equalizing, and then give yourself a chance to redirect. Now this one can be the shots from Chassis. Oh, he does, and he is going to find him. 30 seconds left, and this all of a sudden became a bit more winnable for Graz. He's got to find 2. No C4 on the board to deal with it from a distance, but we do still have to deal with the Mira. Got to find a way to dislodge her, and with no grenades on the board to do so, it's going to have to be some quick fire action. Now, they do rotate themselves around so that they know the push is coming. So 2 holding on to the long end, not going to be able to get the kill. 9 seconds left, and it's looking like the defense might be able to seal this one up, and they do. Rai coming up clean on the swing, taking Graz head off. Clean on the swing.
Wow, they played it exactly like we called it out, but not that it was great from us, but the fact that we saw OUTLAST play that perfectly, winning 4 so far. So if they can hold on here and block the Sons of Ares from finding their second attacking win, we're going to seal up this first map. So what does that mean? Sons of Ares taking the timeout, and the timeout buff still about 75% to the team that takes that timeout, going on to win the next round. So looks very good from a Sons of Ares perspective right now. It also means OUTLAST has to go somewhere else other than that 2F site.
Yeah, and the timeout, folks, utilized just like you'd see it in any other sport. Talk about what you have going on, what's going on with the other team, and really, it's really trying to slow down some of that momentum as OUTLAST has just been coming up round after round. SOA only able to find 1 round on the back end of the half so far. So looking to try to capitalize, put ourselves into that 4-2 scoreline for the second half, send us into OT for map number 1. Yes, please. It's going to be back down to the what is widely considered the Tersh site. To start us, or for this last round of the second half.
It's definitely an interesting choice because so far we saw OUTLAST go 1-1 there, and they won their basement both times. So this is it. I get their only option here. They've got to, but it's the one that, well, for sure, Sons of Ares has got the best opportunity on. They've split it so far, split decision 1-1 in the times it's been played here on OUTLAST defensive half.
So what do we do if you're on the side of the OUTLAST? How do you change it up from the 1-1 that you ran earlier? Bring out a little bit more trap op. There's also potentially a little bit of intel, right? Because you can hear those traps going off just from across the map. So bring out the Thorn. Couple it with the Azami, who's definitely going to be set up similarly in that open area with that trench warfare. It's not a bad adaptation. Still bringing the mute on the board, still going to try to deny some of that intel. On the other side of it, however, we're going to open it up. We're going to invest some resources into getting that 2F control, and then once they take it, rely on the Buck and the Ram to really just open things up. Scoop sitting 13-6. Sheesh. He's having a hell of a game here. And
yeah,
is on that. Take us to OT.
Yeah, definitely some leaders, but everybody contributing at this point, trying to find, and what a shot from Mendez, taking down Austin, playing on the mirror. So that 10-9-3, well, unfortunate, but a little bit of passive utility. If both of those mirrors are down, should be in a good position, but you hear that Ram, the boogie time, drone is out, just causing noise, wreaking havoc all over the place.
It was such a crazy wall bang, and it took Austin off the board, which is definitely some of that leadership inside of the game here. And the devastation of the Vector and the C4. So it's a huge pick by the Dokey there, by Mendez. They get themselves the body balance here. Now it's going to start to still try to push into this 2F, right? That's the big play here. Grab that 2F real estate, and then start to put yourself into a fish in a barrel situation. Try to rain down that hill from above. Now they got several holes opened already. See the Ram already having done their work. Oh my lord, this could be huge. Isn't gonna find them. Oh! Must have, I don't know, had a 6th sense, got the heck out of there. Spidey sense was tingling. C4 not going to claim anything here as Graz still holding on to the long end right outside of Banana.
It certainly
There we
looked
are.
like that C4 was going to hit. It was just waited maybe just a second too long, but Grau was in the perfect positioning there to dodge it, it seemed like. So definitely unfortunate. Going to break out another boogie to cause a lot of havoc on the floor. Open up a lot of sight lines and just a lot of noise at this point. So as we're down to the last
Attackers have
45
recovered their
seconds,
diffuser.
Outlast trying to close out Bank here, the first map of this best of 3.
And not nearly as developed inside of that open area as Azami was last time, and that's all of the keep barriers gone. So a little bit more, I mean, it's still not bad, right? Ooh, huge kills. Mendez gonna find himself a double. That puts the body balance heavily in favor. Ooh!
Oh, Rai with...
Right!
Oh, that SMG 11 shot, but Temp walking in.
Seconds remaining.
That sight line that's open, and now using the Kiba
10 seconds to go.
to hold here, using it against the
Attackers
defense.
are activating the bomb diffuser.
The retake scenario, and Sons of Anarchy gonna take, or Sons of Anarchy, Sons of Ares gonna take us into our first OT of the evening. Map number 1 with some OT. This is exactly what you want for some semi-final siege.
That's right. So a 4-2 half on both sides, and it looked very close there from the Outlast perspective. Thought they were going to be able to push it in, and it just came so close. But Sons of Ares taking a 2-1 victory there on that first floor site. So that's the question. Where is this Outlast team going to go? The basement. So they get to start on defense, being that this was their map pick, and Sons of Ares picked defense to start the map out, so they get the defense here on OT. And gonna see, definitely helps them out because they're gonna get to play the basement and that 2F site. So Sons of Ares is gonna have to find a way to win on a site other than a 1F here against this Outlast team.
Yeah. Yep. You are absolutely right, my friend. And so, as we head down to the basement, we're going to go back to the same scenario we had in the first round of the back end of the half, and rely on that intel. Valkyrie and Echo being brought out yet again. Rai being a dominant force the last time that he brought out the Echo. A little bit of area denial with the smoke as well. See if they'll be able to capitalize again and take the first round of the OT. Now, on the attacking side of it, we're still going to bring out some intel ourselves. Twitch on the board, Grim, those Bs being absolutely huge, and we have seen Grim's pick rate whiskey just skyrocket through these last couple of weeks, as the defensive nature of the maps has really started to take hold yet again, or take a
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped. Bomb
Yeah, for
located
sure.
by
All of the
attacker.
changes that Ubisoft did relative to his gadget and trying to equalize, trying to give it a bit of a buff, certainly has worked from a pick rate perspective. Trying to get some more time from Grim on the board, definitely working.
Attackers recovered the bomb
Okay, so as the first minute has ticked down, we're going to take a little bit of extra time to get some droning done. I didn't even mention Dokkaebi in the intel. How silly. I'm just not used to seeing her played, right? We don't get to see Dokkaebi hardly ever utilized here. And her intel, of course, is supreme. Takes a shot! Oh.
Yeah, rather than use the drone in the way you'd expect, go ahead and take a shot at smoke. Just let Austin know that, hey, watch out. We're here, we're watching. And my guess is trying to open up a couple more of these mirror windows, or open up at least one more of the mirror windows, and hopefully find something, a little sight line in. But Outlast has been very successful, haven't lost on the basement site yet.
That is going to be Legion to find the first kills to take Gra off the board, and that's that B intel Gonzo Garbanzo and the drop down to first floor as they start to try to pick somebody off, slip in, and put him sleep in here. On him with some. In fact, lots of 1F control being taken. Is Scoop going to find Rai off the board, utilizing that body count and bomb to find the Legion, and now that puts the body balance back in favor of SOA as they take shots into the garage area, not going to quite find it. You know, I bet if that smoke wasn't standing there when that Twitch goes through, I bet that's a mirror gone. That was such good placement at that Twitch.
Yep. I think you're absolutely right.
So 3-3 we sit with 33 seconds left on the board, and it's going to be Scoob making his way up. A predator, a shark in the water, hunting, trying to see if he can catch at least one to catch that body bounce. Slow walked up, the smoke nose is there. Oh, and the shot's going to be from the elevator. E1 ring out. That's going to be the drop down. That's themselves into sight. What in the world? What a shot. And now Habana downs the Mira and puts themselves in a post-plant scenario. They are going to be able to pick them back up, and it's going to be the shots from the long distance here in the post-plant scenario, and that is going to be the double ringing out. Plant.
Wow, we talked about this round being the one that we needed Sons of Ares to win. It was the first time we saw them win in the basement, but with both Mira and Valk trapped in the elevator, and with the sightline, Temp able to take down both as they go up 7-6, and they head into defense on Bank. Boy, this now looking very good for the Sons of Ares. So that the strategy that Outlast employed when we were sitting at a 5-4 was looking great at that point, but Sons of Ares has found a way to completely turn it around at this point, put themselves on overtime match point.
And we're going to head to Church Arsenal. Very successful hold. They're going to bring more of that slow down city. Expect to see the extension upstairs and those hatches to be played and utilized. I like this mirror setup. Seems a bit dangerous from Garage. Definitely has worked out in their favor both times we played it.
10 seconds to go.
We did see Outlast win, I believe, on one of Ares' garage holds though. So I
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Remembering that round history correct, they did have the ability to win there in the basement. So question to be whether or not they can come up with it on this particular one when they absolutely needed overtime match point. So like we said, if you're just joining us, thanks for being here. A lot of Siege you could be watching. Glad you're here with us for the Blast R6 major open qualifiers for stage 1. KAFE Nighthaven coming up as maps 2 and potentially 3.
Takes a couple of shots there as the double rings out, falling in favor of the attack team very early on. And yeah, appreciate you being here. Absolutely. There is some more Siege that you want to see the other semi-final match going on, as Nomical and Goose taking that one on their channel as well. And that's going to be another to fall, as the DMR going to ring out and take Gra off the board. His headpiece missing. Now takes us into a 5v2, and it looks like it's just about all but sealed up here, and potentially going to take us in. Not potentially, I think is a good possibility that we see ourselves a double OT match point scenario. This is a tough hill to climb back from, Whiskey.
Yeah, Scoob and Mendez, they still have got the defensive utility in place, right? But he is definitely playing a very aggressive position here, pushing up the marble stairs. Going to take a little bit of a swing. Not going to happen. Boy, Scoob backing him up right there as well. Neither playing behind all of this defensive utility they have. He's going to go ahead and just be ultra aggressive and see whether or not he can catch one of the attackers off guard. Of course, a couple players that are looking to win it here. What a shot. Shoots the C4. I think that would have hit for the win. Outlast is going to take a flawless on their attacking round of the basement, though. Holy cow, my friend.
No kidding. Yeah, have to be a little bit aggressive in that 2v5 scenario, right? You got to kind of count on getting 1 or 2 picks to get yourself a little bit evened up, a little bit closer in that body count. But alas, not going to work in the favor of SOA as we find ourselves 7-7 on map number 1. Let's freaking go.
I can't believe we're seeing this double OT on map 1, like you called it out. And then the other thing that we were hoping and had not seen yet, Scoob, a little bit of a teaser showing Deimos for his first appearance here on this map. So the question whether or not he's going to stick around all the way through this prep phase will be the question mark. But yeah, we are going to see Outlast take that same strategy. Zonky pulling out the Mira and a split. One on the site wall, one on red. Very similar lineup there from the attacking team, though, so they feel confident even though they didn't win it on their first go. They're going to take it on the second. 2
Excellent.
attacking OT wins. How about that, too?
Oh yeah, you love to see it. It's especially on such a
Attacker's
defensive
objective is to
side of
locate a
map.
bomb and defuse it.
And just look at the KDs here. Every single member putting themselves into a position to be those playmakers, pretty spread out outside of the standout players. You know, couple of double digits on the board, but everybody putting that work in. Instantly, Rye going to start out with some engagement and find themselves reduced to a half HP, and he is going to stick the Deimos pick here, folks. I am so freaking excited to see what the Deimos is going to bring. How are they going to play this, especially putting it in the hands of Scoob, who's having such an absolutely great game, right? If you're new to Siege or you're new to this season, why don't you tell us a little bit about that Deimos?
That's right, Deimos, the new attacking operator for Year 9, Season 1, bringing out a drone that he can ping on a single defensive operator at a time. He's got a couple of them, I think 3. And the question is when exactly to use them. When he uses that drone, the defender's position is going to be pinged out on screen, and his position will also be revealed to the defender. So a bit of a double-edged sword, but also bringing out a sidearm secondary that is incredibly dangerous. The 44 Vendetta revolver with a 2x scope, I think, on that thing. I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that thing has no recoil. So 2 fall on the side of the defense as the last minute and 30 in this double OT match is starting to ring out. Minute and 25 left on the board, and it seems to start falling into the hands of the attackers. Got to find one to equalize here. And we talked about it. When it starts to get into those late round scenarios, that is really where Deimos starts to shine, giving away those locations. And it is going to be Mendez taking that intel to have access to the default cams, or if there was any DPs put up. And that's a good first kill. Austin to find Gra off the board as he removes his dome piece. Back to the SMG-11. Nobody telling him that it's got the nerf. And here we are. It's the gadget. It's out. He's looking for him. He's got the location. He is telling him as well. And now, it doesn't just ping it out, folks. It says exactly where he's setting at. So if he's sitting in that vault lobby hallway, it says in vault lobby hallway. So it's a huge information, even if you're not in a position yourself to take that kill. Now, smoke's ringing out. It is going to be potentially the drop from elevator here. Going to start opening up this wall that's going into the A side. Look to see a bit of a back plant go down, and do have a C4 on the board. Oh! Did have a C4 on the board, but they're going to find him. And now in a 4v1, a 3v1, it's all resting on the shoulders of the Legion, who's going to start jiggle peeking for his life. 9 seconds. Mendez going to clean that one up, and it is going to be Suns to take map number 1 here in this best of 3.
Yeah, you called out a hard-fought victory, 8-7, double overtime victory, and Deimos and Scoob, great round there, cleaning that one up. 15, 9, and 5, going crazy.
Going back and forth. I mean, look at it. It's 7 people in this double overtime match point round. 7 people sitting in that double digit for the kills. Huge. Okay, folks, that's map number 1. Dundada, goodbye, sayonara, see you later. And it goes in the favor of the Suns. So sit back, relax, because when we come back, it's going to be the second map. Hey,
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. If you're just joining us, welcome. There's a lot of Siege you could be watching. We're happy that you're here hanging out with us for this blast event that the Whiskey Boys are taking on. I am still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter. With me, as always, my partner and co-host, still Mr. Whiskey Run. Say hello, Whiskey.
That's right. Welcome back, everyone, to the Blast Open Quals here for this Qualifier 1. We're going to be seeing the Open Quals this weekend and the following 2 weekends as we head into that playoffs for Open Quals before the last chance qualifier for Manchester. There's 4 teams left currently, with the first map being done in each of the best of 3. So we'll take a look at that bracket real quick. Our game, the one we're going to be showing you here, the Sons of Ares taking on OUTLAST, though the name doesn't quite match in Challenger mode. That's the game above. And then the other semifinal game going on with Namako and Goose casting that is the T2 Warriors taking on Team Sesh.
Yeah, and star-studded a couple of lineups over there for sure. Team Sesh, we've of course cast many of times on the Siege Double Shot, and the T2 Warriors got some big names on there, including Bino and Packer. Yeah, a couple of stars.
Woos.
Yeah, Woos. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well.
Definitely some stars on that team. So those 2 games, the last 2 left to be played here as part of the semifinals. The 2 teams that win the semifinal game is going to be going on to the qualifying for that playoff bracket. So the question will be, which 2 is it going to be? Is it going to be Sons of Ares or is it going to be OUTLAST? We finished up map 1, which was a double overtime victory for the Sons of Ares. So pretty great that they were able to manage that. Now, who's going to win the second map? We got Clubhouse. No, KAFE.
Hey. So close.
Oh.
Close. They're very similar.
Oh, that's right. So, yeah, we're going to be seeing KAFE just about time ready to jump into this one. So, just getting the ready up from each of the teams, and then we're going to hit it.
Yep. So, KAFE. This is going to be Sun's map pick. So, a little bit, it puts OUTLAST in a bit of the back foot, right? Kind of pushed into the corner because not only is it do or die, but you have already lost your map pick. So, it's going to make it a bit tougher. KAFE, right? It's a kind of skyscraper-esque in that it's one of those maps that can be a little bit tougher to get into the building. Really got to dedicate yourself to that extension clearing, those roam clears, and it's basically a giant square, so lots of fun little angles to hold here. It's really gonna, based on the bands here, I think is really gonna dictate what we're gonna see as far as like how fast this game is going to be played.
Yeah, that's a great point. And the other interesting thing, I'm still wondering whether or not we're going to see Deimos as part of the attacker ban. So, like you said, huge map. The roam clear potential is still really important here. So I wonder whether or not we'll see Dokkaebi. She was a pretty vital piece of the attackers almost every round when we were on bank. KAFE, a little bit of a different feel, but still a lot of roam potential.
And we do see the what? We do see the the Monty being played, especially for Bakery. So potentially to see that coming in. Now the Thatcher band, yes, it did catch me off guard because it's not one that we're used to seeing. But there is some very vital reasons for the Thatcher band, right? He can be great for when you're dropping into Skylight. Take care of the Malusis. Take care of the thorn traps or any sort of those electronic gadgets that are going to be holding you down, especially the push in towards red, especially the push towards Bakery. So we are going to see a zombie band out on the defense and Cade to back it up. Cade's a bit of an interesting pick for me.
Yeah, for KAFE too, not typical. I feel like we'd see Cade or Kaid, depending on where you're from, banned out here as part of KAFE. The hatches, I mean, if we're going to see more of that first floor play, maybe blocking off the hatches or some of that, or the 2F in this case, some of that 2F play. It's interesting to see. Maybe he would have been important. OUTLAST just not wanting to deal with it when they move on to their attacking half.
And not to mention, we saw some individual heroics from Cade in several rounds on the last map. So yeah, I can see it. Solus, however, going to be left on the board because of the game ban and Fender. So really here for that. It's going to make some of these pushes absolutely devastating. Solus not having received her rework just yet. So defense, we're going to take it down to the first floor as we're leaning into that vertical meta. The age of verticality, the first floor reigns supreme. And
No, it's a 2F. Yeah, 2F site.
Attackers' objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I guess that's true. Boo. 2F. I meant 2F when I was saying first floor. I was thinking basement, of course. And we are going to bring out the castle, right? So a zombie band out, going to utilize castle in a very similar way to hold down that 3F location and really try to deny some play. Of course, we're still seeing mute on the board because the intel was utilized so heavily on the side of Sun, so this is a good pick. Especially because even though the SMG-11 got a nerf, nobody told any of the pro players, and they're still using it like it's incredible, and they're doing incredible things with it. So probably going to go down and start to take a look as Castle takes a bunch of damage, able to WASD his way to some safety.
That's right. No Mira that they need to worry about on the defensive side, so Ash is going to be able to use her breach charges and her projectile breach to try and clear some of this, but wow! Yes, that was the impact from below. Zonky playing that Solus and then follows it up with a kill. So great play from below there.
And then Rai with the jump out, not able to find anything just yet, but he's still taking the shots like there's going to be a peek over there, and he's going to be able to get himself back inside after the run out. So a lot of investment towards this 3F location here by the defense. This floor is just soft breach city and really able to just open everything up there. And then trying to go off the board as the scoreline or as the man count gets equalized. Twitch things onto the frost. So they got the intel freezers there. It's going to be the rotate in.
Yep, they're able to take Doug off the board. So a couple shots from the drone. Bomb able to follow it up with a bullet. So down to a 3v4 with the last minute of gameplay left if you try and find out who is going to take the initial win here on KAFE. This is map 2 of this best of 3. Look at that. So close. No.
Oh, bit of a misclick there as he accidentally gets onto his drone and misses out on getting that kill from above. So he's able to rotate out of there. Rai looking to be impactful here on the white stairs.
Yeah, boy, dodged a literal bullet. That was so close on the play from above, but Twitch didn't know how close she was to be able to take out Rai there.
Oh, I think Twitch knows. I think Twitch knows that was a missed opportunity. But still sit up in the scoreline. 17 seconds left, so it's all to do here for this defensive team. This Castle's going to rotate out, and they start Rai going to open that scoreline back up, concentrated onto Zonky, and that, just like that, it all fell apart for the defense. The collapse came down, and they're able to find one on attack.
Ooh, yeah, that thing did completely fall apart there at the last second. We head into round 2, so that is an attacking win for the Sons of Ares. We did not see, we only saw 4 attacking wins in regulation and then 2 in overtime there to close it out. So interesting to see an attacking win here as well.
Well, this is, as you said before, this is Suns' map pick, right? So definitely going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable on their comfortability pick. So attack, find themselves a couple, get their quota done, and then anything outside of that, icing on the cake. You're going to see another 2F site here. What we widely was considered the Tersh site, taking over as secondary. And we're going to see a couple of familiar faces. Castle back on the board. Lean into that intel. So no mute to deny it this time. We're going to bring out the Valkyrie to apply it. Doc also as well. He's got those super stems, whether you're 1-5 or 99. He's got the time to bring you back up to ship shape, fighting shape. And I love this extension upstairs with the castle and the Mira. Right? Really try to dictate where the heck they can push in and what sort of verticality that they're allowed to have.
I definitely thought. I mean, I would have put KAFE in the same group as Bank in terms of maps that had not made the transition to the 2F or the mid-floor sites as the primaries. But I mean, we're definitely seeing Outlast on defense play both Bank and KAFE very similarly, where they're playing that mid-floor, whether it's 1 or 2 depending on the map, as sort of their primary play style. So we had seen that for sure as part of Clubhouse and Oregon shifted the meta, and Chalet shifted much earlier. So KAFE and Bank were really the holdouts, and now we've seen it really fully make the transition here in year 9, season 1.
Sense as well, right? Doc gonna stim himself back up to full health after that. Find Taco and the C4 to ring out and claim bomb in retaliation. Sheesh, what a shot. Now Valkyrie to find another one as we put ourselves into a 4v3 scenario. It's a little bit dicey here for the attack team.
That's right. The C4s have been... Outlast has definitely had a lot of success with the C4s, and you can hear that there's the Doc coming out as well. Going to stim one of the players back. Gra gonna take that win on Austin, though, trying to even it up a little bit more as we go 3-3 with the last minute 15 left.
Themselves in a position to squeak around towards towards getting themselves some control to get a plant going in. It is Valkyrie holding off the chassis, and so one in each site for the defense. Here's they just gotta find one to equalize up, and then they're sitting pretty good for the last 60 seconds. It's the pixel peek from Rai. Somebody slipping on the swing, and they're just getting droned like crazy. Oh, what a shot! Absolutely deleted off the board. Is Grog going to find Rai, and it's going to be the pre-fire through, and now a little bit of the pistol as he's hoping to somebody on the head glitch, and it's going to be the plant going down, but not going to be necessary. Scoop going to clean that one up.
Yeah, that's right. Finding the shot there, just barely the back of Valk, pushing into that open rotate or that open sight line that they had. Again, not getting any points for the plant. That's the second attacking win here for the Sons of Ares. So in this best of 3 on who is going to make it to the qualifier playoffs, SOA looking very good right now. We're going to have to see Outlast turn it around. This is definitely supposed to be a bit of a defender-sided map. So in a defender-sided meta, really got to see them turn it around.
Stick to their guns, though, for the 2F site play. It's the round rotate. The first round rotate about to be sealed up. Castle being brought out again, and they're going to lead back into the mute. Deny some of that intel as you just watched it be huge during that last round. Just yellow and red things like crazy. So we're going to stick it on the 2F location, bring the Warden back out as they attempt to, and the Solus as they attempt to get their first potential win here on round number 3.
5 seconds to insertion.
Now on the attack side of it, we're gonna double drone out. when you have such a huge map, intel is key. Bravo is great for taking those defaults or any of those BPs that potentially get put up. Not gonna be any on this site except not gonna be any extra of the intel being brought along by Outlast. Might be a bit of, maybe a bit of a mistake here, right? Is definitely needing some more, I think some more intel, something that they leaned pretty heavily into on the first one. Potentially that echo comes back out, or somebody to give them that slight advantage.
Yeah, so we got Taco holding down that pixel peak, and who is going to push in into this, into Piano, into Cigar, seeing some of the attackers making their way in. I don't think that they realize that he's holding down this position, and Gra making the big rotate back here at top white. For sure they do now. Got Frost and Warden continuing to play upstairs, looking C4 that sounded like, not going to connect though.
No, it's going to be the rotate back down as Taco does, taken off the board. The split body balance tipped back in favor of Suns here as they gain a lot of that first floor control.
That's an interesting observer bug.
Are we stuck in a broken drone screen?
We were.
So in that mayhem, in the chaos, Scoob gets taken down. High up that score line, that body count, I mean, and
Attackers
jeez,
recovered the
it's going to be
diffuser.
Austin to find one. Now puts us into a 4v3, and Bomb to find the kill onto Austin, but at a great cost as he's reduced to just over a quarter of his HP, putting us into a 3-3 scenario. Rye creeping up. He's got the call that somebody's on white. A pre-fire could be huge through there. Not going to be the case. He doesn't have the intel on exactly where they're at.
That's right. It's a dangerous position to be for this defense now that you've got all of the sight lines upstairs and all of the defense at this point rotated back down to 2F on site, so they don't have any vertical control left. Gonna take a shot and get one. Rai.
Gonna get traded out.
Oh!
Now puts us into a 4v2, and this is a post-plant scenario. Classic retake. They've got to find it. It's now going to be all on the shoulders of Bra, who finds himself pinched between a rock and a hard place here. Takes the swing, and it is going to be the double kill. Zonky going to be able to close that one out.
Defenders have eyes on the
What a
diffuser.
save.
Attackers need to protect it.
Making sure there wasn't a claymore on it to finish it out. Zonky and the Solus
Defenders
coming out big
disable
there
the
to
bomb diffuser.
finish
Defenders
it.
win.
Wow, what a round. The defense finally finding the one that they needed in round 4. I think sort of a similar lineup, but we saw a 2-1 Sons of Ares go up initially with Outlast coming in. So it wasn't until the very end of Bank did we see either team get more than 2 in a row. It was 3 in a row by Outlast to force OT at the very end. Was the longest win streak we
Attackers
saw
need to
either
locate
team
and
get.
defuse
So
as many bombs as
following
they
sort of that same pattern of a pair of teams very well matched here that have been fighting over the past 48 hours to find their spot in the Open Qual playoffs. So looking to be the winner of this game, one of the two moving on here as part of this this first Open Qualifier. We're going to see Open Qualifier 2 take place next weekend as well, with the third following immediately the weekend after.
Yeah, a lot on the line here for these two teams, right? To move on or take that proverbial bus ride home. They have to try it again. So, the round rotate is done. Data, sayonara, see you later. Gonna see a bit of a switch up here by the defense.
Attackers'
Gonna take
objective
that
is to
bakery
defuse a bomb.
approach down now onto the first floor. And we're going to stick with a pretty similar op lineup. Still going to be relying on that Mira. Still going to be relying on that Solus to deny that intel and make themselves useful around the board. Now, highlight pick here, doubled up on the attack side of it as we see both Blitz and Glaz on the board. Blitz getting that new shield rework, allowing him to not just blind you, but shield bash you as well. This can be huge. Look at him starting to get active here onto the mirror window, pushing into the small bay area, pulling himself all the way around. Look at this. It's going to take his life, and it's going to be the trade onto Wamai, and that is a huge pick. Now, it's Glaz holding on to the long angle here, going to try to get something on the rotate. Such a big pick, and they take Wamai off the board as well. Oh man, Gra taking one on the long distance, and that Glaz is just so huge and really put himself in a great cutoff angle here. Get that rotate from right, not going to be able to get back into sight should the plant start going down from Bakery.
This is a tough angle. He's running the hollow, running the red dot, trying to find a long shot on Glaz with that magnified sight where everybody's lit up bright yellow, and he's going to continue to try to find ways push in. Maybe open up a line of sight there. No, thinking he's still playing whiskey, but he's off site.
So it could be a bit of a play there, except for Rai getting taken down. Mendez to find the kill on the zombie. Now it's into a 4v1, into a 4v none. It was the collapse on the side. He said, 3, 2, 1, go! And they just rushed in, clicked heads, one round.
While under the influence of the Legion goo there, seeing Ace just stumbling his way in, but that did not slow his gun down at all. So we're going to see the defense go back to, looks like, kitchen, cooking and service, trying to find another defensive win, and Sons of Ares not making it easy. They've already found 3 on attack.
As many bombs as they can.
Yeah, no kidding. So a bit of the standard split being looked at, but in an unconventional way. as the attack team coming up very heavy on a defender-sided map. So you're going to see back down to that bakery try yet again, and it's kind of like a little bit reactive instead of adaptive here, proactive on the side of the defense, trying to adjust to what the attack team is bringing to the table. Bring back the exact same lineup they're going to do this full send.
10 seconds left.
Now, a little bit better of a lineup here, I think, bringing that area denial. As we know we've got to deal with the shield. Smoke is definitely key for making sure that they stay at a distance. And especially with that new shield bash in play, you're going to want a shoddy and some smokes on your side for sure.
Yeah, Scoob definitely made his presence known. It wasn't as impactful as I think certainly the attackers were hoping he was going to be, but yeah, we're getting to see all of this new rework in play. The bash, the reload from behind. Look at that, just jumping through the fully barricaded window and taking a couple shots, but no, gonna bash Warden and take him down.
Jeez. Break out the GPS, because that Warden was lost, my friend. That was a tough play on the side of Taco, and he pays the price heavily for it. Drops down through the bunker now, as he just is wrecking havoc through sight. Pistol popping, but his body dropped. His Scoob's gonna get leveled by Rai as they regain that site. Well, not regain the site control, as they maintain that site control and that site presence now. Find Mendez off the board. That's big. Free fire comes through from Austin onto the breach. Now taking Glass off the board now as well, as they find themselves in a 2v4 situation with just under 2 minutes left. Way better adaptation here by this defense.
Yeah, able to hold off, even losing Warden early to the blitz. They were able to turn this around, sort of just a trade there at the beginning. And yeah, like you called it, 4-2 here. Sons of Ares trying to find something, but okay. Gonna open one of those bandit batteries up. No, but Temp is not gonna push it. He still has got two. He's still got two of his charges, but no, the vertical play from Zonky coming in. Solus gonna take down Ace. All up to bomb now in the last minute. There's plenty of time left, but it's gonna be. I don't think it's gonna take a minute to finish this round out.
I think you're right, as the C4 rings out and deals some long-range explosive damage, taking Twitch completely off the board. That's going to be a second round to Outlast, as they've done. If we're looking at the standard split, but attacker-sided, then they've done their job. They've hit their quota, at least taken 2, and as long as they can maintain that same on the other side of the map, then they might be looking okay. Suns looking to get themselves a 4th. I mean, ideal scenario for Outlast is they tie this one up and take us into a 3-3. You definitely don't want to be down on the split going into the half on your attacking side. So 3-3 is kind of all we can hope for, all Outlast can hope for, and then got to bring that same aggression, which they can do. We've seen them do it before. Can they do it against Suns is the question.
Definitely interesting. So this will be, I'm sure VOD reviewed on this team, right? They have sort of avoided the top floor sites, both in Bank and in Cafe, playing it as the last option again. Very similar setup that we saw in their defensive half on Bank, right? Waited to play the top floor until the very last opportunity. It worked, they won, but in this case, it would only take them to a 3-3 split like you called it out. So it's interesting that that's the way that they've chosen to play out this map, sort of very differently than we see most of the conventional play take place.
Yeah, they got 2 different sets of strats, right? The first set of round rotates was all second floor, and then the second set of the defensive half here was going to be all on that first floor, or all on the other 2 sides. The first floor and the third floor being played out here. So I'm trying to switch it up. I love the adaptability. If it is broke, do fix it, I guess would be the other side of it. And so they opt not to see any of that 2F for the second half here. Now, in this 3F location, we are going to get that intel back out. Is Valkyrie going to be put on the board? Those Valk camps are going to be huge, of course, and still going to be playing off the back of the nice C4. Going to take Bra off the board. Austin to find Mendez. Now, just like that, they find themselves huge with the body bounce in their favor. And one of those still alive players is going to be Monty. 1v1 or a 1vx situation with the Monty as being the only one, but you still do want to be alive as he gets deleted off the board. Now takes us into a 5v2, and Outlast looking pretty good at tying this up on the scoreline for the half.
Yeah, and that C4 toss was really perfect as well. There was definitely the possibility that it was going to hit one or the other. If he had waited just a second longer, would have missed on the first, but would have got to Finka's sheet, had jumped in the window at the same time. So just great C4 play there by Outlast. We have seen that consistently by them between both of these games. So the problem is they haven't been able to turn into a round win or a map win yet. They're close though. 3-2, and we were getting very close to the end of the first half of this second map.
See that? Saw him on the drone hole, took a shot. More of that. This is going to be the shots onto White as Fika trying to equalize the situation here. Shots from long distance. We're going to take a second look. 53 seconds, still plenty of time for the attack. Shot there. Still back with White. Impact's going out, but to little or no use. It's going to be the push up onto the shield. Is he going to be able to capitalize on it, catch somebody from a distance? He's got to know that he's pushed up on it. Now would have been the time to see that impact come out, and now it's all left on the shoulders of Fika. Moving on to the Pixel Peak, couple of shots onto White. Tough hill to climb back there. Climb Gordon, and it's a free fire, but crossfire just proving to be too much. It's Austin going to take him off the board.
Running the LMG, the Finka LMG, boy, it feels like we're back in 2022 there with the LMG meta and not a lot of recoil. So the change in attachments, the change in strategy, bringing that back, making it a viable option. But even with Finka's 60 HP, not enough to be able to bring it back completely. So we're going to see 3-3 half as Outlast moves to attack. Sons of Ares on their defensive half for their map pick and what could potentially be the last map here. It's a best of 3, so Sons of Ares is up by 1. Outlast has got to win this map to be able to force Nighthaven, which is absolutely what we want to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Nighthaven's my favorite map. Let's get there. And as a decider, you couldn't get much better than that. So, round to rotate. First half done. We're going to switch gears here on the op swap as we're going to see what Suns is bringing to the defensive, their defensive half. They're going to start up in more of the traditional sense, up on the 3F location. Ooh, almost did it again.
The top floor.
Yes, the top floor location. And going to see some familiar faces as they're going to opt for both the Mira and the castle and mute as well. And Wamai, of course, the only switch-up beat here is going to be Mendez, who's going to continue his reign of devastation with the DMR, bringing out Aruni. Now, on the attack side of it, taking our very first look at what Outlast is bringing to the attack. Going to utilize the Flores, right? He's great at taking care of that extension util. It's specifically taking those passes. Or no ways.
He did it. I see people try that all the time. It just doesn't connect very often, but the C4 out through the hatch. Let's go.
What a shot. C4 coming alive and claiming one, and it is a huge pick too. Zonky off the board, and that's the intel. So if they get the kill, they're not going to be able to take those cams and suss it out. Huge play, absolutely huge. And they still got another one to boot.
Yeah, still another C4 on, and this defense holding some good angles. They've got this in place. We've already seen a few of Austin's Grim Beasts come out. He's gonna make the drop through Skylight and get one.
And just like that, we get even right back up off the aggressive plays here. Now, Mira underneath still has a C4 in hand. Is it going to prove impactful as Austin finds bomb off the board? Now taking us into a 3v2. Plant was starting to go down, but something spooked the floors as he got off. Now he's going to get back on to stick this post-plant scenario, and here it is. C4 didn't actually claim anybody. Unfortunate for Mira. It's going to take a swing from the freezer. Mendez looking devastating with that DMR, but it's going to be traded out. As Austin will take him down. That's one for the attackers. So yeah, bringing that same sort of heat, right? Bringing that same sort of aggression on the attack side of it. We're just going to call KAFE attacker sided today.
I guess that's where it's at. We've seen, yeah, 4 attacking round wins out of the total of 7 so far. So definitely not what we were expecting. Outlast, like you called it, bringing out the aggression. And sounds like we just got the word in.
Attackers need to locate
T2
and
Warriors
defuse
taking
bombs
theirs
if they can.
2-0. So I already know one of the 2 teams here. Now it is all down to the Sons of Ares and Outlast to find out which of these 2 is going to be joining the T2 Warriors as the winners here for this first open
Bomb
qual
located
for
by attackers.
Manchester Major.
Baby. Okay, man, back up to the top floor location. I'm gonna struggle with that for the rest of KAFE.
10 seconds remaining.
Gonna try it again, right? Run it back, they said.
5 seconds to go.
And they're gonna bring the exact same lineup, confident in their abilities to hold it. Bringing out 2
heading out to
VPs
defuse
as
the
well, so we're gonna start to rely on that intel without having to bring the Valkyrie to the table. It's not a bad call here if they can get themselves a little bit closer to holding that. On the attacking side of it, gonna be really kind of laying out the same way as well, right? It's just like the last round didn't happen. Run it back, my friends.
Whew, you know, and we're seeing the Sons of Ares really embrace the top floor, whereas Outlast seemed like they were avoiding it. So definitely a different play style between the 2. This time going to take a different approach. He throws it up through the skylight. Not going to connect this time. So Scoob going for the external C4. It worked once. Why not give it a shot again?
Loaded back.
Right. If it worked once, potential to get yourself another. Not going to work out this time, however. They still do have 1 C4 on the board, so a potential to try it again if they get a little bit cheeky. Really kind of slow it down, it seems like, for the defense here. It's going to take the time to suss out where the heck these guys are at. Can't get the drone off the window. Tough.
Stuck in a weird location there, Doug. Was that a run out for Mendez there? Tried jumping out the window, but does not connect. That's unfortunate. Rooney down, but some of that passive utility, she's already got all of it down. The attacker's going to have to deal with it, even though she is off the board.
So body bounce tips in favor of Outlast. So body and score line sitting in their favor currently. We've got 1:20 left. So as the clock starts to wind down, as we start to inch closer, and you don't get any more of that real estate, it starts to put yourself in a bit of a pickle here for the attack team. Yes, you're up in the body balance, but the time is starting to tick down, and the 20-second meta is just absolutely can really be devastating if we don't have the correct placement set up for your other players, and we still got 2 players downstairs. Now, they're quick, right? It's Capitao, it's Ash. These players can move, so it's going to be the quick take up white, as there's a bit of a redirect here to try to get this Mira pushed off and allow that ticket control and that piano control to go. Ash to fall though, out of the 4-4, a 3-4 as they
He
do
almost
find the
got double. Oh, so close.
Trey's just ringing back and forth, Whiskies. Now we find ourselves in a 3v2.
Attackers drop the bomb.
A 2v2, excuse me. The Chief dropped down the skylight. Grim was going to try to go for a plant, but not Gra quickly discovered that plan. Oh my lord, fire rings out, and now it's a low HP. 1 more of those, and that could be it for Wamai. As he's starting to push in, they've got the intel stuck into the corner. 8 seconds left. It's going to be all to do. The crossfire, though, this is going to be the double kill for Rai. 3 seconds. They got to get the plant going down, and there it is. Doug getting it, and with Capitao down, this could be huge. Is he going to get there in time?
He does. Scuba running across the top of the bar and able to take out the planter, as we see Capitao crawling his way across the floor, hoping to be a bit of a distraction maybe, but wow, tied it up. What a round there for the defenders to close it out. I thought with Rai and that flame coming in, almost taking Wamai off the board, that looked like it was it. That was exactly what that team needed. Could not find a way to close it out, though. So we head into round 9, all tied up. And we are in a best of 3, so at this point, we have to see Outlast win this map if we're going to see Nighthaven. So we're getting close to being able to talk about that that option here, getting close. So if Sons of Ares is able to win, they're going to take that spot along with the T2 Warriors.
That was, I don't know, there could have been a more cinematic end to that, right? It's the smokes, it's the fires, it's the last second dash across the countertop to thwart the plant attempt in the last final seconds of the plant. I mean, it just doesn't get more dramatic on that, on a tie-up scoreline. Sheesh. I love this game, my friend.
Employing the strategy here at the bottom, that freezer wall of half reinforced, half open. They're going to leave the Malusi right out in view. So it gives the attacking team a little bit of pause as they try and get themselves set up if they're going to go for the white take. They can't just take all the time setting up to make sure they open it. They're going to have to be more careful. It's we see that play happen on Clubhouse, on that jacuzzi wall. We've been seeing that quite a bit. So I like that change up in the way that the defense is barricading and reinforcing.
Absolutely. I love the half-breach approach, especially this deployable, holding on to this critical push point. Kind of stops some of that two-pronged approach that we see so often being brought in. Oh, and that's going to be a huge kill as Scoob finds Zombie off the board, and that's the intel gone. But it does get traded out, and that's an might be even bigger pick here as they take Scoob down, who was, I believe, the frag leader of the last map.
Indeed, he was. 15 kills on Bank. So yeah, taking him down again. A little bit of passive utility. All of those frost mats down. But Taco on the Jackal, roam clearing out and finding where all of these defenders are playing. Like you said it, and we say frequently, the Jackal, bringing the Jackal and the Dokkaebi, their ability to roam here quickly. Really love the way that that's played out recently. Need something else to give the attackers that little advantage they need.
Yeah. Boy, just huge shots coming from below off the back of the ping, just able to get themselves into some safety, but now it's Bomb in a bit of a tough spot, unless they haven't been droned out just yet. Oh, no way! Bomb to find the kill on the Rai now takes us into a 3-3. Oh, that was such a huge kill. They needed to get that Malusi cleared out of there, but they didn't need to do it at the expense of a life. Now ties us up, and with 50 seconds, this starts to become a little bit more defensive-sided. Outlast needing to put together something a little bit more direct, a little bit of a reset, a little bit of a regroup here.
Changing map.
Do it. Oh, takes Gra off the board. Now takes us into a 3v2, 30 seconds left. Now set up, ready for the Ram, a drone, starts to make an entry in. It is going to be Bomb who's droned out, so 20 seconds left. Now the last sword push in. Everything goes white, and that is going to be Mendez to find Doug off the board. Now takes us into a 2v2. 13 seconds left. It's going to be
that's a down.
Mendez coming around, and now it's all on his shoulder with 8 seconds left in a 1v1, the final showdown. Shots ringing back and forth. Not going to be able to get the plan. Has to go for the kill, and Mendez going to rip Taco's head right off the board and give the defense another round. And the score.
Whew. Boy, a defensive win. Certainly when Sons of Ares needed it, going up 5-4 in this. Outlast, and we talked about them needing to find a way to win this map for sure, to be able to push it in this best of 3. Already down 1, and Sons of Ares, it came down to the 1v1, exactly the way you wanted to see it.
Attackers need to
what a match.
and defuse as many
I
bombs
love
as
the
they can.
1v1 scenario. I just love it. It's all on the line. It's dramatic. It's cinematic. And in that one, it was the jiggle peak. Who was going to have the better peak? Who was going to get that better position and takes the shots? It is going to be Suns going up in the score line as we see their attempt at the 2F location for reading and fire. They're going to bring a pretty similar lineup that we saw on the other side of the board. That 3F location, really trying to hold on to that verticality.
10 seconds remaining.
But a little bit of a change up, because they are going to bring some intel to the board to try to back that up.
5
So a
seconds
couple of
to go.
C4s, by a couple, I mean 3, my guys. 4 additional cams if you count
Attackers are
the
heading out to
BP
defuse
and
the
the
bomb.
Valkyrie. Lots of intel for this defensive team.
I was wondering whether we were going to see more of the shield play come out. We have seen a few of it, but definitely on the Outlast side, have not appeared to be big fans of the shield, more on the Sons of Ares side, but with the shield buff and the way that we were expecting that to sort of have an effect on the attacking meta for Year 9 Season 1, it's to me a little surprising we haven't seen it nearly as much, I think, as we were expecting.
Yeah, hoping even, right? I love seeing a good
Hoping.
competitive shield play. I don't like it being utilized against me in ranked, but I love watching some shield play in the comp scene. Because it's not just run around and bash. It's all, you know, oh man. Did that ramp eat the C4?
The boogie may have knocked the C4 off the floor, or well, I mean, off the ceiling, floor, however you want to look at it. But the blast radius suggested it did go off before, but surprising it didn't take down the drone if that's what happened.
Good getting active against that SC11. Find Taco off the board. Here. Set up down below. It's going to be the rotate and hold. The verticality hold from Scoob on white here. I love that. Honestly, I really like that a lot. So now you've got verticality set up in both ways. A bit of a KAFE Sammy, as we've got the Castle and Mira dedicated to that 2F or that 3F. Scoob down below. It's really going to eat up some time here for the attacking team to have to suss out both locations in this last minute.
Yeah, big top red presence here, taking a few shots on Castle, not going to find it. He's going to escape, so they have pushed over and gained control of that half of the map. Still have got this mirror window. Gra playing behind. Got to find a way to get that out, get him dislodged from that position before they're going to be able to push up. Called it out, pulled it off. Doug going to be the one to do it.
Yep, it does get refragged immediately as long as they find him. They're still gaining this 3F control here, and a bit of a creep up from white. Somebody have an alert. Potentially could be the play if he's not sussed out in time. We still have the Valkyrie playing off-site deep in the dark corner with the C4. No C4 left on the board, but does catch one as Rai going to get caught with his back exposed. Mendez to find Austin. Zonky to trade it out onto
10 seconds left.
Temp going down.
Yep. Jeez, Mendez to clean it up.
Another clutch up there for Mendez here. The yellow ping's coming out at exactly the right moment, although pretty sure based on seeing Ash run, knew what was going to happen, and we have put ourselves, or really, Sons of Ares have put themselves on to match point. It is 6-4 currently. They are up in the map count as well, so we have reached the point of match point, map point, series point, and qualifier point. OUTLAST needs to win here, otherwise their run through the bracket is done. Gonna have to start over again from 0 next week.
Ooh. Start from 1, and we head back up to 3F for this potential final hold. You're right, OUTLAST got to be perfect for 2 in a row, which gives Suns a chance for a bit of some shenanigans, but they're not going to opt for it, right? Mendez going back onto that DMR, and then it's going to be the Castle Mira hold that we have seen on both sides of the boards so prevalently. Okay, on the attack side, how are they going to do it? What is the win conditions here for OUTLAST to be able to get 2 in a row? I think obvious the start is we have to deal with that devastating SMG-11 of Scoob, right? He's proved an impact player in both maps so far, so to get him off the board could put a little bit of that momentum into the favor of the attacking team. And, you know, we've got no bias here, folks, right? We want to see the best of the best win, and for us, that means we need a decider match. We want Nighthaven, and so to do that, we've got to see OUTLAST put something special.
Oh, wow, what a setup. So, got a very good hold upstairs. Scoob playing in that same spot. Every time we've seen this upstairs hold, Scoob's been playing here in the cigar shop. So, he's gone for the the C4 several times, been successful once, missed one, but look at taking a shot. Dislodged him out of that position from the attacking standpoint, but not able to take him down. He's got 50 HP left.
Yeah, and still in a very impactful position to hold down this red staircase. They're going to take a drone and try to see if they can suss out exactly where he is. As they know, they don't know, and he's going to take her off the board, find himself a double onto Cocktail, and now, oh, the swing gets evened up as Tamp going to get taken, or takes down Doug on the dome piece shot back into the relative safety of the bathroom and the mirror that he's hiding behind. So we sit 3-3 with 1:33 left on the board.
Yeah, that was a little bit of craziness happening there. We almost saw Doug get a triple, but Temp able to stop that reign of terror, but that definitely evened up the man count at this point. So now, Temp, Bomb, and Scoob taking on Austin, Zonky, and Rai trying to find who is it going to be, and it's got to be Outlast if they want this to continue past this round.
So, good couple of ops here also to try to take this or do this last minute take, right? You got the DMR and its long range capabilities and 3 sets of B still, but it's going to be the down low hold of Scoob. Going to find one from verticality. He is going to get taken out as they trade, as he's trying to get back into that reading area. Now takes us into a 2v2, 47 seconds left on the board. It's going to be the smoke coming out as they start to set themselves up for the execute, and it is Rai going to start to put this plant down. Outlast needs it. The cross was set up, takes Mira off the board now as well, and it's all resting on the shoulders of Bomb to try to put this one away, or Outlast going to be alive for one more round. Have to have 7 seconds on the board to get it. Now they got his location. They know exactly where he's at, and he's going to start to push towards that cocktail area. But the burden is on him to find this first kill, right? They don't have to suss him out. They can just hurry up and wait. 22 seconds takes a peek. Could prove to be disaster, and it is as Rai takes Bomb off the board and Outlast one more closer to tying this up and sending us into OT.
Yep, great hold there. Great trigger discipline as well. Could have taken a shot. That cocktail table there is not bulletproof, so would have definitely put himself at risk. But he waited until the right moment, until saw the defender look the other direction. So just great trigger discipline, exactly what they needed. Outlast now 1 round away from pushing that OT, and Sons of Ares 1 round away from clinching their spot in the Open Qualifier playoffs.
Okay, folks, so for this next round, this match point scenario, we're going to head back down to the bakery site. No castle on the board for that extension. Instead, they're going to rely on some slow down city ops, right? Legion, Malusi, and Frost all dedicated to making sure whatever it is that you're trying to do, you're going to do it slowly. And I think that's really great for this defense to try to counteract this really aggressive attack team. Look to see some verticality, look to see some of that roam investment by the defense, as they also have Scoob, who switched up to the Valkyrie. Go for a bit of the intel and impact instead of the C4.
Pretty strong. Yeah, strong bakery hold here. You've got Gra and Bomb playing in that position, trying to hold on here. Not a huge 3F presence. Sticking with a run out is what Scoob was going with. 11, 8, and 3. Gonna stop him there, just being extra aggressive. That's, I think, the second time we've seen him run out. So I guess when you're up and you've got a little bit of room to give, you can take a little extra chance on the Son of Ares side. But I feel like I would have rather have seen them play more conservatively. But certainly it's more fun to watch when things get crazy.
Yeah, he finds 1 kill, it's okay. He finds 2, he's a hero. And in this case, it does get traded out, and they do take. He takes a good one with him. Austin off the board. He's prevalent. He's present. That's going to be Taco to find the Frost off the board. Body bounce now tipping in favor of the attack team. They're trying to, like you said, they're trying to equalize this and get us into that OT scenario, which we saw on map #1. A couple of pre-fires up top. Almost going to catch himself. One doesn't know how close he came to finding it. As we sit 4-3 with the last minute and 30 seconds left on the board, IQ going to work to suss out where the heck those cams are located at. Don't give their location get revealed away, and do still have some of that vertical presence here as Buck is on board, but he is holding the long angle onto the red hallway. Hopefully trying to catch somebody on the rotate out.
Yeah, they know they've got Bomb playing in that small big, so trying to find who is going to win this gunfight. Are we going to see Taco push up? Are we going to see Zonky make the play? Taco is going to get it taken down, Malusi.
Has been dropped.
Gra on the trade, right off the board, now puts us into a 2v1, and just like that, on a match point scenario, it's a 2v1, all resting on the shoulders of Taco, who has to have some individual heroics, and he's got to do it, one from up top. Diffuser is cold, none in hand, so with 30 seconds left, he's going to have to go for the kills. Got that vertical presence established. If he found that kill, it would have been a little bit easier, but 22 seconds now. This is looking like it might be falling apart for Outlast. They've got it set up. No diffuser. 13 seconds left. It's starting to wind down. He's going to have to find this kill onto Amai and get back into sight to get the plant. But it's too little. It's too late. Suns going to be taking that win. Going to be taking that match, that map, that series. Scoob, moving on.
7-5 to the Sons of Ares. What a win there. And like we called it out, for them to win the qualifier at this point, that was it. That's all they needed.
Man, what a good set of games. Map 1 goes to double overtime, and it almost got brought back here. We almost saw the overtime on the second map. It was a huge, valiant attempt by Outlast, but unfortunately they come up short, and Suns just demonstrating that they were ready to play today.
That's right. We're going to take a quick break as we try and figure out what the next stage of the match is going to be, because I think there's a possibility that there might be another match possibility, so we want to check it out before closing it out.
That's right, folks. So sit back, relax, fill your drink up to the tippy top, because when we come back, we might have some more maps. Ayo!
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. Well, Whiskey, we just weren't ready for it to be done, so we're going to bring you some more Siege. AO?
Yeah, let's go. We have the possibility, we're waiting to see both of the two teams now. We know who has qualified to the playoffs, but from a seeding perspective, we're going to play that match out. So we're going to see the Sons of Ares taking on the T2 Warriors here in the final. So give us a few minutes to get that game set up and ready, and we will be right back. That's another best of 3 for that final seeding, or the last game of the Open Qualifier 1.
That's right. Okay, folks, that's right. More Siege coming at you. A best of 3 for all the glory and the Siege. We're going to be bringing it back to you. Sit back, relax, fill your drink up to the tippy top, because when we come back, it's another map. Ayo.
Let's go.
What's up, and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. We're back again to bring you some more Siege because we just weren't quite done with the last one. I am still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner, my co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run. Say hello, Whiskey.
Hello. Welcome back, everyone, to the Blast R6 NA Open Quals. This is the first Open Qualifier, and we have reached the final, all the way down to the final two teams who have made it to that playoff. So, you're going to see it played out, though, for seeding. We're seeing Sons of Ares take on the T2 Warriors. Both of these teams won their semifinal game in a solid 2-0 fashion. So, now, both undefeated in the semis, somebody's going to have to fall, though. Find out which one is going to be that team.
That's right, and we're gonna run it back, my friends. The last one that you just watched was KAFE, and this is going to be it as well, right? We're headed straight back to all the glitz, all the glam. So Suns are gonna have a bit of a warm up already. They're just gonna have to try to run them back. The only problem is T2 Warriors were just able to watch how exactly they played KAFE. So I'm very curious to see how this is going to play out. And do you remember whose map pick it was?
So yeah, that's a great question. Let's go ahead and pull up the map band so we can take a look at it. This one was Sons of Ares picking KAFE. And like we said, it's a best of 3. So we're going to go to Clubhouse as that third map, or the second map, and then the decider, if required, Border, my friend.
With this map lineup too, it just looks like a potential to see it. I know we didn't get to see the decider map on the last, but we're hoping to bring it out on this one. And a Clubhouse is a great map for the secondary because we call it the great equalizer, right? So you're going to see potential to go either way. It could be attacker side, it could be defender side. It's really all who's going to be dictating the pace of the rounds. So, okay, bringing it back to you. It's map number 1. It's KAFE. It's Sons of Ares versus T2 Warriors, and we are ready to go, my friend. KAFE, what do you think bands are going to be looking at here?
Well, okay, so what did we just see on KAFE? We saw the Ying come out from the previous match, and then the other one was a bit of a threw us off a little bit, yeah.
I believe so. Boy, you nailed it on pick number 1, though, right? Ying going to be devastating with those 4 Candelas, especially for that 3F push, the drop down. So natural to see her taken off the board. Will we see the Dokkaebi follow it up? That is the question.
Ooh, no, I don't think so. I got that in at the last second. I definitely did not expect Amaru to be that. So that, I was about to say, that sounds like a target ban. And maybe calling it out in the game chat there, Sons of Ares saying, we know your strats to the T2 Warriors. Amaru off the board. Azami going to follow it up. No more Porta-Fort or, the build a fort yourself up in that 3F location.
Yeah, a bit of an off pick, but maybe potentially the target ban. Amaru great for taking that quick control, and with a really aggressive team, which is of course the T2 Warriors, known for their aggression. They're all very mechanically adept players, and that was an understatement of the century. I mean, they've got some straight gunners, right? So take some of that early aggression out, right? Remove that instant into sight or instant into 3F or 2F control. Take it off the board. It's not a bad pick. It's Sons of Ares. It's a little bit of trolling in the game chat, but it seems like, I don't know, they're coming to win here.
Protect your bombs from being defeated by...
Yeah, that's right. A little bit more trolling in the game chat than the previous one. So, gonna see the T2 Warriors. And for those of you joining us from Nomical and Goose's stream, welcome everyone. Getting to see T2 play this one out. Packer, Woos, Giddy, Bino, Kobe. It's definitely a lineup that really looking forward to see how they are going to take on the Son of Ares team that we just saw play KAFE. So the interesting thing is they're bringing out a bit of a different lineup than we just saw on any of their attacking rounds.
So T2 Warriors, and are you gonna stick the double shield pick here? Because
Yeah.
that seems wonderful. New adapt. Make sure you guys are ready for it. Okay, well, they're gonna send it with the fuse as well. So honestly, it's a very interesting lineup for the attack side. I don't know. It's high risk, high reward here, right? You get a couple of early picks, then you've got some real mountains to hold down for a post-fight scenario. And it's going to be straight up white. Is it 3 shields?
That's right. Temp bringing out the fuse with the shield, but the first one goes.
Yeah, easy. And then Fuse is gone afterwards. And it's going to be not afraid of the shield. They are going to take one down as the LMG going to ring out the bomb. But geez, C4 from Bino to say good night. Still 1 shield left on the board. I was going to say it's a very mobile hold here from the defense. Lots of moving pieces and parts and operators. And now it's going to be Gra and Bomb, the last 2 alive in a 3 shield rush.
Now, from one of the things that's going to be great about this game is both of these teams are qualified, and we're looking at seeding perspective here. So the loser is not going home. The winner is not moving on. Both of the teams moving on. So they can afford to be unexpected. They can afford to be a little silly because it's not an elimination game at this point.
We're basically playing a fun show match. Oh, this makes me more excited because shenanigans potentially can ensue. Gra gonna go down as Giddy takes both Gra and Woos off the board, and a little bit of a TK action as well. And it is gonna be an attempt to claim that kill. You know, it doesn't actually get. But in our hearts, he's taking that kill. It's now a 3v1. It's gonna all rest on the shoulders of Bomb. Just have one more of those Finka boosts left to give him just to maybe get close back up to that full health scenario in terms of running. And that's a rule number 1 broken right out the gate. You run, you die, and it is going to be Packer to clean that one up for the bank.
That's right. Un-ADS'd was going to have a tough time taking on the Bailiff. Love a good Bailiff kill, though. So, Sons of Ares calling it on game chat. Now we are locking in. Going to make it happen. So, the defense taking 1 here to start with. Son of Ares, a very good defensive hold for KAFE. And they won that, like we said, 7-5 was the previous round from this team that we just saw. So very good both on defense and on attack. So question is, how silly is the game going to be? That could change how this thing is played out from the get-go.
Yeah, and keeping it very jovial in the chat as well, in the game chat, going back and forth, so you know it's gonna be fun. This is gonna be a very fun match to watch. Now, gonna head down to Bakery for the second site. It's T2 Warriors getting set up, and they're bringing all the ops you need here to hold it. Right, gonna be bringing out the Fenrir. We don't get to see him played a lot, and he does have a rework coming up that is gonna be a game changer in his direction. But as of this moment, right? He still has one. That change up taking a bit.
No, yeah, not yet. So, like you called it out, right? We hardly ever get to see Dokkaebi and Fenrir played, and we've gotten to see them both quite a bit. And yeah, Fenrir. We talk about Valkyrie being a really important part of any defensive hold for KAFE, just because it's such an open map. Lots of openings, lots of places to be able to run and get those cams in a great position. So having her off the board definitely makes it a little bit easier. But there's that Fenrir coming out, blinding the blitz a little bit.
Yep, huge play, and that's going to be a Packer getting scoop off the board. So we find ourselves into a 3v3. Ash taking a little bit of damage. It's going to be Woos to push up, take a couple of fires, but it was all a misdirect to get himself around the Bakery to take those shots and help support the Fenrir. Last one, long angle. You saw this utilized last time they played KAFE, and that's going to be the first kill, or the next kills. Bomb's going to find Packer, but it does get traded out. It's getting onto the draw, taking his dome piece, now putting us into a 2v2, but it's a low health scenario for Ash. 1 straight bullet taken off the pinky toe would be enough to put her down.
Oh,
Jeez.
what a shot.
What a shot. Bomb to find the head of Now putting it, oh, equalized, but it's a low health scenario. It's only going to take one if he pulls this off. Woo! Bomb to find and Giddy and take that round just one piece.
Indeed, he did pull it off. Yeah, look at that. If he had hit the goo mine before that engagement, that would have been it. We would have seen the goo kill come out to start for that first attacking win. But they're going to do it with the gun and tie it up 1-1 as we head into round 3. I love the pace of this already.
Yeah, do it with the gun. A bit of the old-fashioned way. Me too. Yeah, it's moving right along. It's aggressive. It's in your face. It's the big face checks. It's two Titan teams going up against each other, and Sun's on a bit of the back foot because they've got to run this map back-to-back with a team that haven't been able to watch them play this last one. The other thing is T2 Warriors are an incredibly well-known team, so you know there's VOD on them playing KAFE. So really no advantage, as far as what's available to watch, or, for their strats and stuff. So gonna play into that aggression and try to feed into that blitz play a little bit. We're going to see the captain get brought out on 5 seconds. Great counter for somebody who's going to be incredibly aggressive. And what does that do when you bring it out in the early round? Well, it makes you focus on those doors and windows for the rest of your stay here on the defensive half.
That's right. The attacker's going to have to be checking every door, especially those doubles as they walk in. Doors and windows to make sure no Kapkan traps. Going to slow it down a bit. But bringing out the Glaz again. I love seeing the Glaz and Blitz. And look at this. You can see that shield rework in play. He's able to A, reload behind the shield, B, just jump right through a bit of that burst speed, just knocking it out. So huge rework there for the shield. We have not seen that be, a round win yet, but definitely throws the defense off when you see those shields come out.
Yeah, well, he's definitely not the operator to win the round. The operator to take that control. Scoob is going to find rewarded, take him down with the shield bash over the deployable, and that's going to put 4v2 in favor of the defense. Now is Scoob going to be one of the last alive with Cross, so it's the Blitz Glaz combo here to try to clean up the round. It's Blitz taking a ton of damage. Completely separated, a multi-pronged approach here as Glaz is going to find one. He's not going to be taken down by those Kapkans. Going to try to get himself in a bit better position. Does he know that somebody's in code check? I would assume so, right? It's all now on his shoulders. Scoob had some individual heroics on the last map. Is he going to be able to pull something off with a pistol and a dream? No. He's going to take that one.
No, had a pair. Look at shooting his toes. Taking out his toes. It didn't rush. I was sort of expecting the Blitz to make the hop into coat and just really push it and run, potentially go for the bash, but he took a much slower approach and paid for it, getting his toes blown off.
Scoob defending his Glaz Blitz combo, saying that was an old Mirage take. His T2 Warriors just trolling going on. Very, very silly. But it's true. We saw it brought on the last one, right? We used that same combo several times to gain that real estate very quickly, right? Cut off some of those angles with Glaz and allow the Blitz to push in relatively unscathed, take a bunch of that real estate very early. Fortunately, it did not play out in their favor on the last one. It's a tough position when you find yourself in, when only the Blitz is the last one alive. So, going to be a bit of a switch up for the attack team. Potentially going to see
That's right. We saw him make one appearance. I think was it a single round in the previous whole match. So definitely not making a big appearance on either side from either team. So I think just a single round. So you see how he plays out here. I like it though. Like we talked about, a bit of a show match. I love the fact that they're bringing him out.
Same. And you might be wondering, how is he allowed to be played right now? Well, Ubisoft says if you're playing in the professional arena, you should be able to deal with like new operators and new maps on the period anymore, allowing us to see the new operator live, even though he's only a few days old in the Siege Reno holding on to the long angle. Could have found one, but instead pays for his hubris as the F2 going to claim his life. Now takes us into a 5-4 early off the gate, and that is a huge hit. Getting the Warden down. That means those smokes that you still have on the board, well, they're going to be quite useful.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser. Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Got the Twitch, gonna try and potentially use the Twitch, see if they can get some of these mirror windows open. The drone making its way around. Oh, not gonna be able to take out the bulletproof. Doesn't want to lose the drone though. Gotta watch out for the Solus, and there it goes.
Yep, and that Twitch drone now gone, and that's still gonna be the body bounce, however, tipped in favor of the attackers. It's now resting on the shoulders. Still got a good hold. It's 1:30. Now, here's where you might see some of that dangerous placement come in. He does let one of those drones reveal a location, but it's going to be the double ringing out as Kobe and Luz both find some. And just like that, it just falls apart for this attacking team as it's now all resting on the shoulders of Mendez. We've seen him pull some heroics off before, but it's going to be the trade to take him out off the double, and he's got real active there.
Whew, yeah, that got close. We head into round 5 with the defense up 3-1. So again, a bit of a change up from what we saw. Sons of Ares going ahead on defense. They won 3 on attack when they just played this map just a few, well, call it an hour ago. So T2 coming out strong.
Attackers need to locate and defuse the bombs.
They are finding themselves up by 2 as we head into 5. We're going to see our first bit of the church site play. 2F location. Reading and fire going to be the next point of contention here. And we're going to stick the Fenrir. And of course, if he's on the board, we're going to use him, especially up until he gets reworked. Because it just makes it so tough to push in, especially when you're playing those really aggressive attack operators. When people are showing the Blitz, when people are showing the Ash, and just trying to get into your face. The Capcans, the Legions, the Fenrirs, those ops are going to play key in slowing them down. And that's the pace. No, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Gonna keep running it back. You're gonna see the Capcan being utilized again. No Brava on the board, but they do bring out the IQ. So at least they're gonna be sussing out where the heck these gadgets are, even if there's not a lot of means to take care of them.
Yeah, they're gonna rely on just a little bit of gunplay and the IQ to find them all. Having the Twitch, it just seems like such a good choice when you've got the Mira and you've got the Capcans on the board if you're not going to opt for the Brava. So definitely feels like a bit of a switch. We'll see whether or not the combination of the Ash and IQ is going to be enough to try and take out some of those. But the other one making the appearance here from the attacking side, Finka again bringing the LMG, that 2022 meta back and forth.
That's right. Recent season changes have rendered us completely in untested water, and that's going to find Bra getting the headshot onto Kobe, and that's going to be the man advantage sitting in the but yeah, so many changes. The game has just changed, and a lot of people saying for the better, and that's going to be Giddy to find one, and then Scoob and Grot to pay it back in full, now taking us into a 4v2. A 3v2 is Woo going to find one. That was, of course, a huge pick. Vino on the vector to claim Mendez off the board, equalizing the body count here as we find ourselves in a 2v2, and it's going to be Legion reduced to a low HP, and he's going to lose his life to the aforementioned LMG. Finka still has 2 of those health bursts, but gotta be careful when to use them, as now IQ does go down, and that was a miss on the Finka drone, and that is going to be a huge come up here by T2 as they were definitely down and out and brought it all the way back. Capcan Trap taking one down right as the Finka boost went off. So unfortunate, not going to be able to get picked up. And then, of course, schwung.
Wow. The Capcan coming up clutch at the end there. I think potentially we would have seen the defense win that round anyway, but especially after Finko went down. But to lose it on a Capcan, definitely unfortunate. And continue to bring them out. Giddy just saying, all right, I'm going to keep running it.
Yeah. Well, Goob having no more of that. Gonna bring out the Brava drone. Now, normally in the ranked situation, you see the Brava come out and you're like, yeah, gonna be some absolute devastation. In this professional comp scene here, it can go either way, right? You still got a 3-speed and a great gun to back up, but you gotta be so careful with those drones because the teams are on the lookout for it. And now that you've had successful Capcom play and you're still choosing to bring them out, you know that the counter is coming. So they're going to be extra aware for those drones. If they can find them, the reverse Capcan could be huge in the late round, especially with Packer being on that Oryx, being on that deep roam, trying to eat up as much time as he can. If he's getting back down in the site, doesn't know about Capcan that has been reversed, could be a game changer. Oh!
Temp, let's go.
What a shot. Trying to do a bit of spawn peeking. Well, they are going to find one as Woo's going to find Gra on the trade. Now takes us into a 4v4 very early into the game. At an itch. Well, it got scratched in a really big way. Now taking us into a 4v3, and it's a lot of early action here as we're seeing this all unfold within the first minute of gameplay that we already are down several members. Goob gonna get himself up. Already has one clutch drone out. Try to gain some of this 3F real estate. Put himself in a better position to act upon those Bravo drones and the intel the intel they provide.
That was unfortunate, losing one of those ace charges to the magnet, and losing the Twitch drone as well. So Bomb still got one left, I believe, running that thing right now, trying to find some utility that maybe he can try and clear out, but gonna lose the second one. So yeah, Twitch struggling to get a lot of utility out of her drones, or cleared anyway.
Yeah. This is one of the reasons that you see that Thatcher brought out, is to, if you can't get your drone, use the Thatcher to get your devices for the quick push in. Didn't bring one along, of course, here, and they still do have the clutch drone, which they're currently operating to try to find some of those Capcan traps that are a little bit closer. Now, where is Packer? Right? He's the Oryx. He's on the roam. He's on... Yeah, sitting out here in Christmas, and Bomb gonna find Bino off the board and take us into a 3-3. So they still haven't quite dealt with the white hold here, but gonna seem like they're gonna take a different approach. They're gonna get some of that verticality, but mainly start to sit in that bakery area. It's gonna allow the Oryx to give up that white location, start to put some pressure towards the bakery. They're aware. They're ready. Ace ready to take that engagement on.
Oh, but... Yep, all he had to do, just peek it a little bit, give Ace a little bit of that. It's going to have to pause to pull out the goo. But good trigger discipline there from the T2 Warriors. Neither Woos nor Pack are going to take the swing on it and wait until it's a good opportunity. But, boy, he's got to take down Scoob as he's pushing down the stairs.
Woos takes the ace off the board, now puts us into a 2v2. It's 13 seconds left, and the tag team gonna have to find some way to get in. Twitch to go down, 8 seconds left, all on the shoulders of Scoob, and he's a low health scenario. Oh, it's gonna be the Legion Goo to say good night. Just had no opportunity to get out in time of being the last one alive. It's gonna end his life.
Round 7. So we saw a 5-1 half there to the T2 Warriors on their defense, and definitely putting on a little bit of a show. Like we said, sort of a show match, with this not being an elimination best of 3. Both of these teams making the qualifying. So question now is, how is Sons of Ares going to respond on their defense of KAFE? They were very successful playing Outlast just an hour ago, so I think they've got something up their sleeve here for this team. Gonna see Scoob playing in that cigar shop again, and maybe a C4 up through Skylight, maybe up through Hatch. Would love to see it.
Yeah, 2 games and it'll be pretty intense. And you're right, they're gonna stay along the similar strats they used the first time around, and they're gonna utilize that castle mirror again. And why are we seeing that? Because you know the T2 Warriors are gonna bring some aggression, especially with the scoreline sitting at 5-1 or whatever. They have plenty of rounds to pull out some really aggressive, maybe some cheekier strats. And so the castle, the mirror, that's going to do a great job at dictating when and where they can push in and how long it's going to take. Now here we go, Mendez up in that 2-floor area, potentially looking towards that, but Wu's ready, locked and loaded to take the gunfight should they choose to jump out. They told him specifically at the beginning of the match, don't do it.
Yep, that's right. And there, Scoop goes for the C4 out the hatch. Not going to connect this time around, though, unfortunately. So, got a couple holes up at the top and going to look for this low hole. Wondering whether or not he's going to get droned out. Going to see Ash take the drop. Certainly, you can just hear that drone all around him. The mute jammer obscuring the signal enough. That's going to be the question. Is it enough for Scoop to be able to get a kill off this position?
Potentially, right? First minute has gone by, so the drones have done their work, and it's a bit of a pace changer here as this attack team kind of being a little bit more methodical.
Did he hit that drone?
No. Still shooting at its finest, if he did.
That is interesting. We're seeing Kobe use both of the Ash charges to clear the castle barricade and the associated Aruni gate rather than going for any of those mirror windows, right? That was interesting that's the way they choose to use the utility.
Thinking they have a bit more of an aggressive push here, but it fell apart pretty quickly as the triple or the kills rang out. Now it's all onto Wu's and Kobe to find themselves a couple of kills to equalize here. They're going to have to deal with the mute who was laying down. They did get a bit of damage, and that is going to be Wu's to find Mendez, and now Kobe to find Scoop. And just like that, it gets a little bit closer. Right? In a 5v2 scenario, losing too quickly means that they just got to find one to equalize these numbers to get themselves in a potential position to hold across and get an execute going down. So this next kill is going to be very pivotal on who gets it, and it is going to be Gra that goes down, but a trade happens as Woos now puts himself into a 1v1. It's 34 seconds left on the board, so this is going to be the world's deadliest game of cat and mouse, of peekaboo, as it's a bit of a sight retake here, right? Puts himself over the counter, but you heard the drop, you know he's close, and Wu's gonna clean it up on a headshot.
That's right, the ACOGs making the appearance just all over the place, but that Wu's great job there, pushing up. Thought maybe he'd take the little bit more, the waiting approach. He could have played behind any of those reinforced walls that the defense had already set up. It said, no, I'm just gonna push up, make it happen. And that's the T2 Warriors going 6-1 and putting themselves on match point already. So this is a best of 3. We're definitely going to get to see Clubhouse, but Sons of Ares want to even give us a shot at seeing Border. We're going to have to step it up, whether it be here or on Club.
It's looking like it might have to be on Club as we find ourselves on a match point scenario. Suns have to be perfect for 5, and honestly on KAFE they're just not looking like it, right? That was a 5v2 lone body balance lead, and that my friends, not only are we playing a ton of Siege, right? These guys have been playing Siege for hours, so the mental fatigue is there, but to lose a 5v2 starts to chalk the mental just a little bit. What can we do to get that score? Well, it's not take out some of the top players. We have to redirect and find another way to do it. So got to be perfect for 5. You know the Warriors are going to bring some aggression here. See if Suns is able to capitalize on hopefully another potentially early lead. Nope, that's going to be Packer to take Mendez off the board, and that's the Aruni gone. That's that devastating DMR that we saw so prevalent in the last match being played, and the body balance now tips in favor of T2 Warriors on this.
Yeah, I thought maybe Mendez would back off that position again, right? No need to be spawn peeking when you're not feeling it, but I think hoping to get a little bit of that mental advantage, like you called it out, right? Can they get something, anything, try and gain just a little bit, but not going to be the case. But I really want to see Scoob hit this C4.
Yeah, give us some more Siege, right? Let's start to see the comeback potentially. Now, bomb holding that same area. Now, he had a little bit of a rough shot last time he was taking on the battle from Pixel, so we'll have to does take a little bit of damage. They're holding that area. They're waiting for it. Flash is starting to ring out. Orientation, and they do feel it. Castles, they open up that that long distance, meaning Scoob's not going to be able to play in exactly that powerful position, and they do take him off the board, as they seem to have adapted to this strat that they pulled out for the last one. Now puts us into a 5v3. It's a minute and 30 left on the line for Suns to try to bring this one back.
Yeah, like you called it out, it's opening up that castle, just exposed Scoop playing in that cigar shop area. Just a great play by T2. Saw it come out and able to take advantage of it. You know, no big deal if they need to waste those ash charges instead of taking the mirrors. More important to get Scoob out of the way. Woos is going to finish it up, finish the first map at a 7-1 victory for T2.
Yeah. It was T2 Warriors coming in and saying, we're gonna show you how to play KAFE. We're gonna be aggressive on the defense. We're gonna be aggressive on the attack, just in your face. Welcome to my TED Talk, and they cleaned it up 7-1. Okay. Well, folks, that was a quick one. We know that Sun's going to be bringing the heat for the next map. We head to Dub House as they try for a little bit of redemption on the arc line here. T2 Warriors trying to secure their second. So sit back, relax, because when we come back, we're going to get a second map. Ayo!
Let's go.
What's up and welcome back, fellow Siege spectators and players. If you're just joining us, well, welcome. We've got some fun Siege going on. It was a bit of a showdown for the T2 Warriors, or a show out, I guess you could say, as they took map 1 in this best of 3 in a dramatic fashion, ending the scoreline on KAFE 7-1. So it's a bit of a redemption arc here for the Suns as we head into Dub House. I am still the Reverend Whiskey Glitter, and with me, as always, my partner, my co-host, Mr. Whiskey Run. What you think, Whiskey?
I think we're going to have a great map here on Clubhouse, coming in to see who is going to take this this final. Again, not an elimination match. It is a match for seeding purposes as we roll into the open qualifier phase 2, those playoffs. So we've got 3 open quals in the Blast North America. So we've got one this weekend, and then the next 2 weekends collect those 6 teams who are going to take on the bottom 2 teams from the NAL in that open qualifier playoff. So really looking forward to see how this one's going to turn out, because they're having a lot of fun with it. KAFE, it was definitely one-sided in a 7-1 victory for the T2 Warriors, but you could tell that both of the teams were having a good time playing it, and I think made it entertaining. It wasn't close, but it was entertaining, and that's what I loved.
Yep, absolutely. So as we get into Dub House, we are going to see the Ying and Monty being the first 2 to be banned off the board. Monty being huge for that dirt push, being huge for that catwalk control take. So tough to see him off the board. Want to see some of that shield play. Valk, the next to fall, as those cams can just be so huge, especially when you're playing in the basement area, looking for that C4 capability. Going to have to rely on somebody like the Mozzie, or maybe some of those BPs instead. Fenrir, the next to fall, as we saw him utilize just about every single round. He was just devastating and dominating, and made the push, at least on the Sun side, made that push getting into sight and even into the building just extremely difficult.
Yeah, indeed. And so now, as we're going to see a change up in the map, we're going to change up how these teams are playing it out and who's starting on which side. So we're going to see at least
Defenders,
Sons of
protect
Ares
your
get a
bombs.
little bit more
Fight
opportunity to play on defense now. They have 1 round on the previous game, so we're going to see how they do starting out on defense.
Yep, reset. The last game didn't happen. You got to be fresh now, Suns, and really bring your A game to take on these T2 Warriors, because, as you know, I mean, it's just a star-studded lineup here, and they proved it in the last match. But we just watched Suns do it against OUTLAST, and that was an incredible game as well. So we know that
Seconds left.
see what they bring to the table this time. We're going to start out in the gym bedroom,
5
which is
seconds
widely
left.
considered now the primary side. It can get played back and forth between the church arsenal
Attackers are
and
moving out
gym
to
bedroom,
locate a
but they're
bomb.
opting to go up first. The castle along to do it. No Mira going to be played out here to utilize that second layer of defense. But we are going to double up on the site reconstruction, right? Castle and a zombie.
So hey, Kobe pushing up through that garage quick here, and thing we talked about or didn't talk about from a band perspective was Monty coming off. That was a play that Scoob definitely liked. We were wondering how that was going to play out on Clubhouse specifically, where you see a lot of that shield potential for the push up into rafters, and how this new shield meta was going to change that up. So we're not going to get to see it from the Monty. Maybe from the Blitz, though.
Yeah, potentially, right? And that's going to be Scoob, as you were talking about, him gets taken off the board. Getting to find him with the LA5 as they're claiming this early control into cash and CCTV opening construction. The swing for construction knocking them out to anything. It's going to be rotating back to try to take that from a little bit farther of a distance, a little bit better of an angle. So, Scoob off the board. Doc going to be the next to fall. Scobie going to find Gra and take his dome piece. Gone puts us into a 5v3. And defense now a bit on the back foot as they're taking this control. Oh, what a shot. Oh, no, that wasn't him. Never mind. I mean, it's still a great attempt. I thought that was off the kill. That was pretty cool. Thatcher going to be the first to go down on the side of the attackers.
Bomb has been located.
Barrier activated.
Okay, and Flores also. I think that's one of the keys here, right? He's great at taking care of that extension util, and you've got a lot of it on the board with the castles, with the Azamis, with the frosts. He's going to be able to secure themselves a little bit safer. Usually do it the old-fashioned ways, all on the shoulders of Azami, who finds himself in a tough situation, but peaks to her demise. Gets ripped off the board full wide on the flash. That's going to be one for the attack.
Yep, she went for the swing before she was going to be full white to try and see if she could get to that split second between when the attacker thinks that the flash is going to go off. Sometimes you got just enough time for a stray bullet to catch, but in this case, did not work. Zami flashed and going to be six picked off the board initially shown. Going to play the Solus instead. So you roll into round 2 of this. What is the second game in the best of 3 between these two, heading downstairs to the church arsenal. And it's interesting, Azami's on the board, but they're not playing her. This is definitely one of those sites where she seems like she is definitely an outsized impact, and we have seen be an important part of the defensive hold. So interesting that that the Suns opting not to bring her on this round.
Yeah, you're right. To set up the trench, that highly defensible area near the dirt
5 seconds left.
doorway to both hold B and blue is just such a huge area. But not a lot of their strategies are going to be impacted. Trying to deny. Ooh, they only brought Ace along for the hatch. That's interesting. Now, Wu's going to take a little bit of damage. Usually, right, we see the Habana on the board. It is going to be needing to find a Scoo, but it is going to be traded out. It is going to find Kobe off the board. And that's a pretty worth a trade, I think, right? You're getting the entry and you're getting the health off the board. Mendez going to find Wu's, and that's going to take this body bounce tipped in favor of Suns here as they find themselves 4v3 with 2.5 minutes. That was in the first 30 seconds. We have
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Diffuser getting picked back up.
There was a ton of action, that happened in the secret area, just pushing down. And look at this. We talk about the Maverick and the silent entry through dirt. That's exactly what Bino pulled off, as all of that action was happening in secret upstairs and in the garage. And just made his way in, trying to find a way to shut. But look at all of these defenders just stacked up. All 4 obviously know exactly where he is. Not going to throw bodies at him, though. Just going to take pot shots. So Bino's going to rotate back out, take an alternative approach here. And I think it's pretty likely we're going to see Sons of Ares find one, as yes, now they start throwing bodies at the situation.
Well, potentially, but we've seen T2 in this position before, right? Just on the last one, they came back down 5v2. But after going down now into a 4v1, it's all on the shoulders of Bino, who's holding the angle, but he's going to be dealt with swiftly as Mendez going to find his dome piece through.
It was definitely unfortunate. Thought maybe we were going to see Packer on the flank there, get into position to the point that, right, as you had all of the defenders line up, taking shots at Bino, could he have come around and gotten 1, 2, 3 of them all lined up as they were taking shots into dirt? So it was close. It didn't quite happen that way. Loses his life to a quick peek there from the Solus while having to worry about the smoke. They're going to take it back upstairs now, Sons of Ares, after winning that basement defense here on Clubhouse.
Yep, and they're going to stick the Solus pick, and I think it's a good one here, right? Going to be determine where the push is going to be coming from. We're going to see a bit of that two-prong, right? Generally, we see you open up the cache CCTV, open up construction, open up hot tub, start to set up some of those sight lines. And Thatcher is on the board, so he's going to be able to aid in dealing with the Cade, who wasn't Cade banned out on the last map.
5 seconds remaining.
Pretty sure.
Yep.
Yeah. So now they're going to have that interaction, going to have to bring some sort of EMP to deal with it. So Thatcher going to be on the board, and of course we're going to see Flores again if both Castle and Zombie are going to be utilized. Now here could be the play, crossing all the way up the catwalk, but there is all 5 of the attackers are around this area. So this is going to be a very big concentrated push Potentially, if they see, if they get the drone, which they do, send Scoop running down red to take that engagement through the bottom of garage instead of holding that top area. Still has, of course, a C4. Should they start to push in, if he gets the call from Gra, he's looking for it.
That's right. Holding the dock again, running the ACOG, just being a menace out there. They know that Doc is playing in the corner. Going to use the ace to open up this additional line of sight. Everybody's stacking up to hold it, but no one's going to push and peek yet, except Temp runs out. Going to get refragged. No, he drops as well.
Now putting us into a 2v2 as the trades ring out. We've still got 2 minutes left on the board as these last 4 players are going to look to get engaged. Maybe a bit of a reset here, a bit of a slow down. Oh no, and that is also got to get the diffuser. That is the sound cue that he's dropped, and it's going to be Bino to take the scenic route as they find themselves kind of circling around each other.
That's right. It's a 2v2, so Scoob and Bomb, can they find a way to hold on here? Like we said, we've already seen the T2 Warriors 7-1 victory on KAFE, so right now, pressure's on for Son of Ares to find a win here on Clubhouse to push us into that decider, which is Border. So, everybody, like we said, it's not an elimination match. Everyone being a little bit silly, having a good time with this game, but still, we've seen some good plays. We've seen some great shots. And all up to Packer and Bino to finish this round out. They still got 50 seconds left.
Yeah, so a bit of a hurry up and slow down. Just happened. A bunch of trades rang out, and after the dust settled, after the ceasefire, was lost, which ends up into a 2v2 now with 36 seconds left on the board as they open up this castle. Ooh, sees him, gonna take the shot, but nothing's gonna be able to come up with the kill there. Gonna be the rotate into bathroom as now the attackers get themselves in, ready for a cross to be set up for the execute. Getting the intel off the board, opening up the back end. Still got to deal with this zombie who's holding on. On the Kiva barrier.
Wow!
Bomb to take Packer down, and now it's Bino with a low health scenario. Again, in a 1v1 scenario, 2 seconds left. Gonna have to find the kill as they rotate, and Bomb's gonna take it with the shotty.
The super shorty making the rotate. Wow.
Sheesh.
So close, coming down to the 1v1 at the end. That one looked like it was going to be significantly more one-sided than that, but the fact that they got that close, great job there by T2. Not unexpected, certainly. So Son of Ares hanging on, winning there in the last few seconds of that match. Going up 2-1 Clubhouse. They take it back up to the second upstairs site. Now certainly the tertiary at this point. CC Cash.
A bit of adaptation here, and we are still going to see the breach to now because it's important to hold on as long as you can. But with the Thatcher on the board, you know, gonna probably dedicate that Cave Claw to maybe holding on to that garage area as with the cap attack. Right, here's what we're looking at. You open up the top of the garage, can openers, open up the bottom, and then try to flush out.
10 seconds
who's
to
gonna
go.
be sitting on those keep berries atop of the catwalk there.
5 seconds
Generally, could be a Wamai, could be a Zami as well. But if you put that K-Claw on the catwalk, deny that push just a little bit longer. However, not going to be the case, as they're going to use it on the construction and the main breach wall. We are seeing Packer bring out the Nook. It's not somebody that we get to see too often, but when on the board, suggests something devilish, something a little bit lurky. And of course with the FMG to back it up and some nadies. So could be played if it's not caught.
You know, bringing out that Maverick again. I see him played in the Clubhouse often there. Yep. Packer looking. Boy, do they know that Solus is playing in the corner?
They did. Baited completely out as Mendez gonna go for the run out and pays the price for it. But Bomb to find Kobe and still see ourselves in a 4v4. And it is Wamai holding up onto that catwalk, making sure that he's going to that push in from the entry and that garage take. And it is Scoob defending the flank, expecting somebody like Packer to come up from the back end, but he's gonna circumvent it. He's gonna go up instead and go underneath. Come up red. That could be huge.
Yeah, definitely thinking with the Nook taking one of those kills, they knew that she was playing out in that area. So now here's the question: taking a shot through the punch hole. Boy, that Nook coming in clutch.
Yeah, not just a blind fire, right? He says make some noise so he can make the punch hole, then gets the Q, then sees the player takes the kill, and that was a huge shot. Bomb going to take Vino down now, putting us into a 3v3. He's expecting that Capital push in, and there's those two can openers that we talked about opening up that garage. Still have not been able to dislodge this Wamai from there, but they do have the cross now set up as Wamai, as we talked about him, gets the kill. They do have the cross. Wu's going to take him out with the DMR, now put this into a 2v2. 48 seconds left on the board, and Packard made himself all the way back down to the main breach area to start engaging this head-on with his homie.
That's right, and we see Scoob making the rotate back out of gym, barricading the doors up to make sure that if there's going to be a push in, it's going to come from the rafters side, making sure there's nothing else they can do. Oh, Nook jumping in. Packer is right on the chassis, getting ready to plant default. He's going to go. He's got coverage from Woos as well out on the breach. Boy, how close can you get?
Oh, my Lord. Does down the cage, so now we find ourselves yet again into a 1v1 scenario, but it's 6 seconds. Bomb to get in there and deny this plant. Boom! The swing, and it's going to be Bomb onto Woos to clean it up. Defense going to find themselves another dub. A little bit farther ahead in the scoreline. Not wholly unexpected, though. Right? I mean, this is a defensive-sided map, so Suns doing their job, taking themselves up to that 3-1. Next 2 rounds being pivotal. How this is potentially going to play out on the back end.
Yeah, Wu's playing the Lion, holding that long angle for the plant to go down. It looked like they had it, and just the siege timing of his movement out on that rappel was unreal. It was so close to being able to get the kill as Kaid moved over and went to shoot the planter. I mean, it was just some siege timing that really turned that into a loss. I mean, if he had gotten the shot, that plant would have absolutely gone down, and then they would have been able to deal with Malusi separately. But boy, that was just the fractions of a second matter in the game. One of the reasons why we love Siege. The tactical shooter. It's not 100% run and gun, and it was fun to watch, man.
Yeah, absolutely, and just all the different ways it can be played. The IQ going on here is just huge. This is why we got the rank book out. We're finding our rank stacks, our rank strats, my friend. So 3-1 on the score line as we head into 5. And defense going to bring out a little bit of area denial. One player that we've been seeing a ton of, and we just talked about it, it's the Malusi, right? She's just made her way back into the scene as being a very prevalent player, especially on that slowdown now, holding on to a pretty cheeky angle here. Lion not going to be tempted into taking that fight. All the way up top. And,
no, yeah. Good call there by the attacking team, recognizing that there was a lot of risk there in the secret area. So, good call. C-Bomb rotating up on the Malusi, going to open up those punch holes. Top red, take a look into construction. And Temp just going to push right on up as well. As we hear, they know some of the attackers have made it over to the master side.
Yeah, and I love Woos. Oh, man, Woos to find Mendez off the board. That's a huge pick, taking the Solus down, and it is going to be traded out as Bomb going to find Giddy. Put this into a 4-4. It's going to be Gra on the rotate. The Impact trying to find a kill as they rotate out of there. Not going to be successful, however, and it's going to put Woos back up top to redirect and get going again. Ooh, man, Packer to find one, but gets traded out immediately on the run out as Bomb is just all over the place. 12-1, my friends, going absolutely insane.
That's a more than 2 kills per round at this point as we're playing out round 5. That's unbelievable start. Grod needs to find his, and Scoob 1 in 14. I mean, we saw Scoob go 15 on their first match in the previous game versus Outlast, so really has not been able to find the same success. Got to try and up that game quite a bit here. Be able to find more wins on the side. They really want to go with 5-1 defense to force this third map of border and hold off T2 a little bit longer.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Yeah, just 12-1. Who are you and where did you come from? Just absolutely turned up right now. Almost, I mean, it's just a few kills shy of having more kills than the entire T2 Warrior stack. So, I guess that's going to be win conditions here for T2 as they got to take him off the board. So, we sit in a 3-3. It's 23 seconds left on the board. They're just now opening up this hallway area to try and get some of that verticality. Starting to push down. It's the drones going in. They know they've got him. It takes a couple of shots. Not going to be able to find anything onto the Legion. He's still pretty low. 8 seconds left. It's going to be a 3-on-3 drop. Flash is going out. Not going to be able to get it. And that's going to be the plant going down with 1 second left. Bomb on the triple kill. Looking on the quad kill, and Gra to clean it up.
Gra taking the ace away there. Killing the planter in the corner. It was close. He could have had the ace there to finish it out, but no, he's going to get a 4. And speaking of 4, Sons of Ares taking 4 wins here as we head into round 6. The last opportunity for T2 to try and secure that standard split by taking their second win on attack before they go to defense, which for sure should be a much stronger half for them. So right now, Son of Ares is trying to find a way to go 5-1 as well, right? Answer back. KAFE was a 5-1 half for T2.
Man, well, they're in a great position to do it. You know, it's crazy with him sitting 14-1, just absolutely being insane. 4-1 on the score line, not wholly unexpected for the amount of gameplay that has come out of Bomb, right? 4-1 on, or 4-2 on the split. I mean, we're talking standard here for the defensive side of it. So if the T2 is able to get themselves one more victory here, well, I mean, even with 1, they're going to feel good. 2, they're going to be satisfied. And that's all they can hope for here. But man, they have got to find a way to shut down Bomb, get himself back onto the castle, and utilize some more of that slow down city, put himself all over the map. See if he's going to be able to come up again.
Oh, Scoop, I thought was holding this angle on the main from Cash, but not going to see it happen. I thought we were going to see potentially one of the attackers push there if they went up onto the rappel or up to try to push that CC wall, but not going to happen. That was a potential for some fun there, but look at this. Temp downstairs in garage. Got part of this opened up downstairs. The attacker's getting ready to push in.
Yeah, now, did they drone him out? Was it a bit of a missed drone?
Nope.
Oh, yeah, they got him. Azami's got him. It's the yellow ping going out. She's going to rotate out of there to put themselves on another bit of a gunfight from Swamp, heading up to Red, putting back onto that power position of behind that heat barrier to help support Bomb. As he tries to go crazy, absolutely, once again, a devastating pixel peak being held here, and it's the long angle. It's the ACOG on both sides of the board, ready to deal that devastation. Azami taking down that camp, but is going to be droned out yet again as we see Kobe getting that health boost going to the teammates.
Yeah, this heavy Cash, heavy Red rotate here, and there it is. Packer taking Temp off the board. Didn't notice that earlier, but Aruni, Scoob, making his mark, his presence known on that Cash CC area. So, question is, gonna turn into a round win? The shenanigans, is it gonna happen? It's a 5-4 with 1:15 left.
Potentially, body bounce is tipped in favor of the attackers, as you say, trying to secure that second standard dub here. I gotta dislodge these players from Logi to do so. We've got a pretty interesting pixel here from the Kiva area. Yeah, it's gonna get droned out, so they know the locations. They're gonna move up instead. Oh, here's the rappel, jumps out, but they are ready. Call it jebaited as they take Bomb off the board. He was really feeling himself, gonna find his second death of this match. of this map. We now find ourselves in 5-3. 39 seconds left on the board. We'll start to see that push in from the hot tub area. Bino just giving himself a bit of a weight. It's the drop down hatch. Is Scoob going to put themselves into a more stable, interesting position, I guess, is now Elysian potentially the only one close to sight. Now Elysian is going to find that kill. Mendez onto the Kobe. Now takes us into a 4v2, but it is the longest rotate in Siege history as he went all the way down to the basement. Now if he comes up clean here, Scoob is going to find Packer. If he comes up with some kills, this was a risk worth taking into a 3v2. So
what?
Now,
he got it!
Now goes down. Scoob on the second from the flank. It is a post-plant scenario. We find ourselves at 30 seconds left. Have to have 7 on the board to do it, and that's going to be Giddy to clean it up. Almost coming up huge on the flank. Does find 2, but it's just not going to be enough.
Oh, that was unfortunate to see both of the defenders swing the same angle at the same time. They really, it looked like Legion was in a position to maybe rotate around to take the angle on Bathroom from the vault hole that they had close to the breach, but no, they're both going to go from the same angle from the doorway. That was unfortunate. It looked like they had that, my friend.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
Like they were
bomb.
sealing it up, but it is going to be along the standard split line, 4-2 in the favor of Suns, and now we're going to see if they're going to bring that same aggression to the attack side of it. And T2 Warriors going to try to seal it up on the defense.
I mean, take a look at this from an aggression standpoint. You got Woos is handling site setup single-handedly. Everyone else off-site, and when we say off-site, you got Packer on Vigil all the way upstairs, plus Bino and Giddy playing this 2F potentially. Yeah, you're working on hatches from Kobe, but it's just crazy this extension that the team put out. So looking like they are going to be heavy roam from the T2 Warriors side. They can't afford to be. You know, we talk about teams when they're up significantly can afford to really take a lot of chances. So that's not the case here. They're down in the round count, but doesn't mean they're not going to have fun with this game.
I like the strat. Really make the attack team spread out and try to take on multiple gunfights all at the same time. But does potentially leave you a chance to be isolated. And in IGL that sees there's only one on site might call a bit of a site or site direct push, but taken down. Is Giddy gonna find him off the board?
And that's Diffuser as well down. But okay, TK out. Gonna see who's gonna claim that one as Kobe takes down Giddy. That's unfortunate, but not the end of the world certainly.
Yeah. It does, of course, since we're still 2 minutes left on the board, that limits the amount of discs that Wamai was going to be able to have been put out, but the quick peek down onto Generator is going to take Kobe off the board as well, and that's the intel from Solus going to be gone, of course, that P90, and this foothold, Bino to find Gra, but is going to get traded out by the LMG as Bomb going to keep his reign of terror going. Woos going to be the next line of defense against this LMG, who still has 3 full health. But, oh my lord, Packer to find Bomb off the board, and that's a huge pick. So now we get put into a 2v2. Minute and a half left on the board, 2v1. This is all resting on the shoulders of Mendez. Packer in a low health scenario, but going to clean that one up with Don't Be Shat.
Yeah, I thought we were going to see the SMG-12 v SMG-12. Vigil going to win it. Packer, great shot there as we head into round 8. T2 Warriors taking their first on defense, sort of as expected. So Son of Ares 4, T2 Warriors 3, getting close and making this one exciting.
Yeah. A lot more of the back and forth than what we saw on map number 1, and that's exactly what you want in this late stage of seeding here. So we're gonna head up to the gym bedroom as we're gonna see T2 Warriors' first time to defend up top. So we are going to see some of the standard come out. The mirror going to be there to help hold that hot tub, that extra layer of protection and defense from that hot tub push. A couple of fun operators on the board for the attack, though. I'm hoping we see the Sens come out. That recent rework to everybody's recoil, Sens really came out on top for that, as that gun is now absolutely devastating. And you got the capabilities of throwing up the walls and can't be seen, make a little noise, and the light goes down.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
He's gonna be 6 picked off immediately there, or I guess at the last second, really held on. You know, kept you going for a minute. So yeah, I still think that even though he's got the 417, his assault rifle just isn't, you know, is not a fan favorite for sure in terms of what it brings to the table. So until something more happens, I think with Sens' primary, continuing to see him, you know, not be as impactful as some of the other attackers team can bring out, right? I mean, 60 HP from Finka, or the roam clear ability of Dokkaebi is just too much.
So Wu's going to take a little bit of damage. He's able to WASD his way to some safety. We still have Kobe holding that deployable at the top. Making sure that push from CCTV is going to really try to stall them out. It is the first minute off the board, and that is going to be Wu getting taken down as his head going to get rocked. Now body bounce tipped in favor of Suns here. They've got a lot of the sightline already opened up, and now going to focus on that hot tub approach and try to deal with that Mira and just launch it from the back area. That is going to be the trades ringing out, putting us back down to a 3-3 yet again. Just about immediately, it's the drop onto construction, and Kobe going to try to take that swing. Whop, got him. Jeez, and then the Logi hatch is being watched for that last bit of drop. 3v2 now. There's a minute 26.
That's right. They know they still got one top of the hatch. Grau looking for that position. Temp trying to find a way in. You know, swap through some of those drones and see what they have available. Nothing that's going to be super helpful, but boy, dropping right in front of that window seemed a little bit dangerous. But Warden, yep, going to make the rotate, take the highway window kill.
Clean it up on Grau, and that's going to be another round in favor of the defense as we get ourselves tied up here in the 4-4. A little bit of momentum start to be built on the T2 Warriors side. You knew their defense was going to be strong. So what do we bring out in the win conditions, Whiskey? What does Suns have to do to turn this into their map and take it and force that decider?
Well, we've seen for sure T2 be extremely roam heavy, very aggressive on defense. They have continued that through in all of their rounds so far. So roam clear, right? The Dokkaebi. Maybe bring out the Jackal as well. Right, a potential another roam clear alternative here. Try and take advantage of some of this this heavy aggression from the defense in terms of spreading it out. You called. Is there any particular player right now? They are extremely balanced. Everybody contributing. No standouts that are absolutely feeling themselves right now that would make a huge impact if you were to take them off the board early. So I think from a win condition standpoint is meet and counter this aggression and roam that the T2 Warriors are bringing out.
Yep, I think you're absolutely right. Okay, tied up, folks. Tied up, 4-4. Suns need to get something going here on the attack side of it. Going to be T2 Warriors to find 2 in a row and take us now to that cache CCTV hold. Their site, if you will.
Reload.
And who did they bring along to do it? We got a little bit of that area denial. It's going to be pretty much a similar lineup on the defensive side of it. Stand out on the attack side, Stu, having a relatively uneventful match. He's going to be bringing out the Blackbeard, and there's Bomb finding another one. You talked about the LMG being present and clear and present danger, and there it is, claiming another life, and this time it's the frag leader for the T2 Warriors off the boards. Packer going to find his demise.
So Wu's still holding on to this this top rafters area, and Packer, you know what? There has been some good chat back and forth. You know, keeping it respectful. Love to see it. This attacking team, they've got that main breach open. Going to try and push in and continue to put pressure on the rafters as well. Holding this angle from Rappel. Scoop bringing out the Blackbeard. We see him as the #1 operator that teams players want to see banned from Siege forever, but still has got a place for some of these attackers.
Yeah. So body balance is sitting in favor of the attacking team. As they're going to take another look here and try to suss out exactly where these defenders are. Drone going to be taken out immediately. No Azami to help hold this catwalk. So a little bit more of a precarious situation for Woos, but not afraid, of course, to take that battle. And he is going to take that battle with Scoob here. As that's going to be the first shots to ring out. Scoob going to find him as the shield gets devastated, but does its job. Bomb to find another as he is looking to put himself onto a 20-bomb scenario. Grok going to find Kobe and Mendez to clean it up with the DMR onto Bino, and that's going to be a flawless round for the attacking team. They take the scoreline back into their favor.
Yeah, flawless on round 9 as we head into 10. It's what they needed. Push themselves up on the attack 5-4 and to do it flawlessly. Definitely a bit of a surprise. Was not expecting to see that. We were hoping Sons of Ares would be able to find a win there on attack. It pushed for that 4-2 half, but yeah, they made it dramatic. They're doing it flawlessly.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
Sheesh, okay. Back down to the church. We are going to see the Azami brought out this time. So potential folks to see which is the Kiva barricade going to be put on by that kitchen hatch underneath to help hold that location. And when you see it set up, you can be on the counter, you can hold dirt, you can hold B site, and you can hold parts of blue while sitting in some relative safety of the Kiva barriers. Now that does change a little bit, right? We see Bomb bringing out that LMG, and that's definitely a way that you can now deal with those Kiva barriers, is they're degradable, right? We can take shots onto the Kiva barriers. Now, it takes a lot. You're not going to do it in one clip. It's one of the reasons the DMR can be so also devastating. And she's got plenty of them to help keep you occupied, but they are breakable, right? It's a little bit different on the gameplay, especially that one, right? That barrier that's going to help them hold that position from the long bomb, cut off that angle that they can catch from kitchen.
It's interesting that they had the reinforcement in place where it's typically the vault rotate hole between sites, right? They had that reinforced in between. Interesting choice. I don't know that I've ever seen that in competitive play to take on rotate or reinforcing off that rotate.
Well, we see it sometimes as we start to see the shift in the rotate now coming to that center area. It's becoming more and more prevalent because it's a little bit safer to get inside back into the site. So have seen it a couple of times, and I'm for it. Anything's going to be a little bit more safety for me. Now, on the side of the defense, they do have the Vigil, who still can be a menace that's out and around, but they're getting this early access to he's down using that impact trick towards that kitchen hatch area. So they've given up that first floor control quite a bit as they opt to bunker down. A little bit of a turtle strat here.
Yeah, I think that's the interesting part, right? We talked about exactly in the setup what do we need to see from an adaptation standpoint. It's exactly what they did. Instead of seeing Sons of Ares try and push and take advantage of the wide open roam, which we were expecting, T2 Warriors saying, all right, now we're going to bunker back down and completely change up our play style, and it is working.
No kidding. Now it's all left on the shoulders of Bomb as he's hit 17 and 4. He's got to have another quad piece to do it. He's got enough bullets to kill them all. They stack up. Azami not going to get it, but they're going to get the down, and they're going to complete the kills. Woo's going to take Bomb off the board, shutting down his reign of terror from the main stair. That's going to tie us back up. T2 Warriors not going to let go. Going to give it all they got. It's 5-5. Next, round 1 puts us on a match point scenario. And what does that mean for those of you just joining us? That means if T2 Warriors get the match point scenario, then they're looking at a match and series point. If Suns get that match point scenario, then they're looking at pushing it on to a map number 3, the Decider, Night Haven, my absolute favorite map.
Wait. It was Night Haven on the last match.
Oh, no, Border, my second favorite map in the competitive pool.
Yeah, we've been casting now for going on over 4 hours at this point, and the fact that we're seeing, following the Sons of Ares through the bracket at this point, yeah, I can understand it for sure.
Yeah. I mean, they're similar, right? You can see that.
10 seconds.
I love the fact that both of the decider maps were your two favorite maps getting a
5
chance to
seconds
play
left
out. I mean,
before insertion.
Chalet didn't even make an appearance. It was banned out early in both of our games, so didn't get a chance to see it from my perspective. So the fact that we even got the opportunity, I think is pretty great.
Agreed. Now, here's a bit of a fun pick, as we're going to see Scoob pick out the Cali. Not somebody we get to see too often, but in the hands of the right person, absolutely devastating, right? The long-range capability of the Cali is huge. So I'm really looking forward to see how it's going to be played. Now, Giddy putting themselves on to the Capcan, right? This is one of the things that we've talked about several times. Wow, look at that, holding the long angles here. It's something that we've talked about several times. You pull it out either in the beginning or the end of the round, because it's gonna potentially catch somebody off guard here. Now, these two teams have been playing a ton of Siege today, right? Hours and hours. As long as we've been casting, they've been playing as well, and that doesn't include the scrims before and the theory sessions and the dry runs and everything that took up to this place. So mental fatigue, definitely something that can start to set in. And this round being a little bit slower than the last, Grog gonna get taken off the board early. The T2 Warriors up in the body balance.
Oh, there, Warden comes out,
Drop the bomb diffuser. Bomb
using his
located
glasses,
by
but not gonna have to worry about it, because seeing the C4 come out and then a couple other kills from his teammates to just clear out that position. He's in a great one. Bomb is at 17-5, going for that 20 bomb like you called it out. And is he gonna take the shot? He was waiting to shoot the cap can, notify the defense of his position, just waited a hair too long. See Warden make the push in, takes the kill. So now, you called it out just a few moments ago, T2, if they went to match point, we're at this, again, the final now, match point, map point, series point, and this is going to be it for the Siege tonight if T2 wins it, as they are up 1-0 in the map count. So we need Sons of Ares to come alive, force some OT, which we saw in the very first map we casted tonight. It was a double overtime OT. So can they do it again and force border? That's what I'd like to see.
Me too. Yep, me too. No bias towards any team. We just want some more Siege. So we head up to the Cache CCTV site for T2 Warriors' potential last round. Suns has just got to be perfect for one to force this OT scenario. This is a good defensive line. No Azami for the catwalk. Gonna opt for a little bit of area denial from the smoke. Dino heads a little bit more into the traditional role there. Get juked.
5 seconds remaining.
Hey, who hasn't been there? I hate drones, and somebody that's really good at them too, just teasing me. Oh yeah, I'm done. I give up.
Oh, I thought we were going to see Woos up close on that door and push it, but no, just getting the disc in place, prepping themselves, getting ready. So, and Giddy going for the bandit trick here. They do not have no castle on the board and nothing protecting his back, so that'll be the question. Barricading off the door, that's interesting. Top red.
Yeah, at least obscuring that sight lines or stopping that quick push up potentially. But here's the highlight pick. Scoob put himself onto the Danos, right? Could potentially start to see him being utilized here. No!
Oh, no, no!
Caster cursed him off the board. Damos fall, a C4. Now Mendes to find one on a Paxter. Giddy to find it on the bomb. And we put ourselves into a 2v2. It's still 2 minutes left on the board, and it is getting absolutely crazy aggressive. The distraction of the sum of charge going to open up the single from construction. Going to try to take a peek in, and now it's going to be Dokkaebi getting her head ripped off. And now all resting on the shoulders of Ace, who has to find the 2 kills, and he's got plenty of time to do it, and they know exactly where he's at. So it's a bit of a tough position here for Ace, and he's sitting 3 and 9. He's got to pull something out, pull something alive here.
The punch hole. Wow, I thought for sure he was going to get it with the punch hole because that was such a cheeky location, but no, he's going to push up, going to try and attack it from the much closer angle from the door, but Bino still just waiting. No, Woos is going to get it.
Wow. Okay. GG's. That was a great game. Way better than the first game. Really starting to come down to it. But alas, for SOA, it is going to be the T2 Warriors to claim both maps, taking the favorable seated position. And that was fun. That was just
That's
fun.
right. Bomb got close to the 20 bomb. We wanted to see it happen. Not quite, though.
Oh, man, what some great siege today. That was incredibly fun.
Yeah, it sure
Well, what
was.
you think, Whiskey?
Yeah, the fact that we got and big thanks to Blast and Rainbow Six for allowing us to cast the open qualifiers today. Big shout out to Dianic covering some of those games yesterday, and more of the EU games, and then also to Goose and Nomical for covering the other semifinal match, this T2, the game that got T2 to this position. That was fantastic to see, and a big shout out to those guys for being a part of it as well. So 7-5 victory, though. T2 take the top seed going into that open qualifier playoffs.
Yeah. Oh, man. Well, alas, my friends, we have come to the dreaded part of the evening. Where's there more Siege to be played, right? We had 2 best of 3s that only took 2, and they were both great games. It was so fun. Like we said, there's a lot of Siege that you could be watching, so we appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Hey, if you like us, if you love us, if you hate us, why don't you add us? You can find us both on Twitter. I'm at glitter_whiskey. He's at racing ENGR. We love talking Siege, right? Give us your hot takes, your cold takes, clips. We'll talk about it. We just love talking Siege. What you think, Whiskey? I think we made it.
It was a great day, getting to cast 2 best of 3s alongside some other great casters. So really appreciate everybody that had made it out for the games today. Really appreciate you all joining us. And we crossed over that 1,100 follower mark as well today. So pretty exciting to have that and have a community that supports Siege with us. So we'll be bringing more of the Blast Open qualifiers, number 2 and number 3, the next couple weekends going forward. So look for us here.
That's right, folks. So we've come to the dreaded part of the evening where we must bid you adieu. So as the lights start to dim and the jukebox starts to sing closing time, as always, my friends, you don't have to go home.
But you can't stay here.
Heyo.
Let's go.